the dignity, the decorum of this court at all times, please. We're all adults. I mean, we just have to address each other deferentially. We know what it takes to speak to each others as adults. Please, okay. Thank you.
Inkantolo ifisa nje ukudlula ke kulokho kwenzekile izolo ukudedeleke izolo ngoba befuna ke ukuthi abantu bacabange izinkulumo eziye zabakhona ke phakathi kwakhe ummeli uadvocate uNxumalo kanye naye ufakazi inkundla noma inkantolo iyafisa nje ukuthi igcizeleleke ukuthi asibe nendlela yokukhulumisana siyabantu abadala sonke silana futhi ke sigcine noma sibambe indlela inkantolo ekufanele isebenze ngayo kanye futhi nesithunzi senkantolo.
Okay, yes. Yes, Michelle.
The court please. Thank you, my lord. My lord,
Yeah.
I have just been given a correct form, but it's the same exhibit O that we submitted. It's just
Correct?
that the exhibit
Oh,
there are O, yes, my lord. There
Yeah.
is Q.
Q. Is that the letter from the Director of Public Prosecutions?
Yes.
Yes, that one was directed to someone. This one is now directed to me, but it's the same exhibit, my lord.
Can I have a look at this? Yes, thanks. This one is Exhibit Q.
As the court pleases.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Ms. Khumalo, firstly, I want to thank you for appreciate your cooperation yesterday when we were dealing with this evidence and the respect you showed when we were dealing with the evidence after lunch. I really appreciate that.
Ngifuna nje ukuthi ngikwazise ukuthi ngiyayithathela indlela ke onikeze ngayo ubufakazi ngikhuluma kakhulukazi ke emva kwe lunch izolo ke ngifuthi ke ngiyahlonipha kakhulu. I hear you.
Today, I will continue from where we ended. Can I ask that that register be? It's the diagram, my lord, of the post-mortem. I just want to refer.
The diagram of the
Diagram.
post-mortem.
Yes, of the post-mortem. I think it's the last page in the post-mortem document, my lord.
Okay.
Diagram indicating wounds and wound track used to be the last page, my lord.
It's Exhibit what, Mr. Balui?
It's part of the formal admissions, my lord.
Yeah.
Part of Exhibit F. It's Exhibit K.
Exhibit K.
Yes.
Is it pink,
I'm sorry,
blue,
Exhibit L. Exhibit
red?
L. Exhibit L, my lord. Sorry.
L.
L.
Yes.
Together. I'm lost.
My lord, this is a copy of the post-mortem report, Exhibit L. It consists of 7 pages. If the court should just look at the admissions,
Okay, fine. I think I'm
the
making
form,
progress.
the annexure to the admissions.
Where it says death register. Number
Yes.
DR blah, blah.
DR 2076, yes.
Yes, my lord. Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you, Mr. Lord.
Yeah, okay. Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Khumalo, yesterday you remember that I had referred you to the statement of Kaya Sterling Ngashe when we ended.
Uzokhumbula ke izolo ukuthi ngiye ngakhomba ke kwi statement sakhe uKhaya Sterling Ngashe.
Ngiyakhumbula.
I remember.
and we had gone into the paragraph wherein it says, I quote, we have read it yesterday, I'm just reading it so that we can be able to take over from there. The line which I read yesterday, it was, as I peeped through the bedroom window, I saw the person whose back was against the kitchen window of Khumalo's residence. The person was wearing the white t-shirt, but I could not see who the person was.
Ngifundele ngiyayiphinda nje kodwa bengifundile izolo ukuthi la ukhaya asho khona ke ukuthi wabona ke umuntu eze nomhlane wakhe kwifastera la kwa Khumalo ekitchen. Loyo muntu loyo wayegqoke iskipa esimhlophe kodwa ke akabonanga ukuthi kwakuubani.
My Lord, can I further read down paragraph 7 and 8 of the same statement of Kaya stating Ngashe, my Lord? Paragraph 7, do you have a statement there?
No.
It's 810.
It's not amongst this.
The one we used yesterday. Thank you, Mr. Malloy.
7 and 8.
7 and 8, yes. Paragraph 7, I read, open quote, while listening to the shoving and pushing, I heard the hand closing of the door kitchen of Khumalo resident. Immediately after the hand closing of the door, I heard a loud sound like the breaking of the plate on the ceramic floor. I then went out of my bedroom and met my father at the passage from the lounge. Both of us wanted to check what was happening at the Khumalo residence. Then I was at the front holding an iron rod. My father was following me. Paragraph 8, as we were about to come out of the house while standing by the kitchen door that was opened, I heard a gunshot. Immediately after that gunshot, I saw a male person jumping from Khumalo residence into my yard. The same person, paragraph 9, I'm sorry. The same male person told me that they have been attacked and that he was not a thug. The guy further told me that Senzo has been shot. Let me end them.
Ifundeka ngalendlela ke le passage ngathi ngisalaleleke lokuphushana lokho ngezwa kuvalwa ke isivalo ngesandla ekitchen kwaKhumalo noma kwamaKhumalo. Emuva kwalokho ke nokuvalwa ke kwesivalo ngase ngizwa ke isound yento iphukayo kwakungathi ke kuwa iplate kuwona uthayela noma weceramic. Ngase ke ngiphuma ekamereni lami ngahlangana nobaba epassagini ebuya elounge. Sobabili ke sasifuna ukuyobheka ukuthi kwenzekani kwaKhumalo. Ngathi ngisengaphambili ke ngibambe ngangiphethe insimbi ubaba engilandela ngasemuva. Sathi nje uma sizophuma ke endlini sisame khona ke eminyango wasekitchen owawuvuliwe ngokungaphelele ngase ngizwa uqhuma kwesibhamu. Emuva nje kwalokho uqhuma kwesibhamu kwase umuntu wesilisa ose ejompa esuka kwaKhumalo engena egcekeni lasekhaya. Okay, kulowo muntu lowo ke wesilisa wasitshela ke ukuthi bahlaselwe nokuthi futhi ke yena ke asona isigebengu wasitshela ke nokuthi uSenzo udutshuliwe.
The reference I have read into the record, Ms. Khumalo, was made by this witness, Mr. Kaya Ncashe, regarding the time of the shooting incident. And he says, according to this, the person who was seen against the window at the kitchen was wearing a white t-shirt. Do you understand that?
Now, engikushoyo ke noma engikhulumayo ke iloku ekushiwa uyena ke lo fakazi lona uKhaya Ncashe ukuthi ke umuntu ke lona ke wadutshula noma lo muntu lona owayemi eze ngomhlane wakhe efastileni la Khumalo wayegqoke iskipa esimhlophe.
Ngiyakuzwa.
I hear you.
And your version is different to that, am I correct?
Wena ke okushoyo kuhlukile kuloko angithi.
Kunjani?
That's correct.
Now, let's go to the postmortem, findings of the postmortem. Although I did not go into details, but through the diagram only, I will take you through these 3 points that were found by the doctor. I'm not saying you must comment because you are a doctor, you are not, but if you can be able to comment or respond, you can respond from what the doctor found.
Angithi uyena udokotela kodwa uma kuukuthi unabo ke khona ofisa ukusho ungasho ke kodwa nje ngizokhomba ngama points la awutshela ashiwo uyena noma okwatholakala udokotela.
Okay.
With the greatest of respect, the state objects to this line of cross-examination by counsel. As counsel pointed out, the witness, my lord, it's not skilled in matters of ballistics and medicine. The doctor will come and testify as well as the ballistic expert, and those questions can then be put to the witness. We submit, my lord, that expert knowledge is required regarding those issues, and the witness does not possess that knowledge.
Yes, what's the response, Ms. Msholo?
My lord, I disagree with the objection, my lord. The witness firstly was present when this portion of evidence that we are dealing with, which is a shooting incident, my lord.
Yeah.
And she has testified, my lord, about the position of the people, especially the position of the deceased and the so-called intruders, my lord. Now that version, whilst it's still there, I'm referring the witness to the other version, which was Mr. Ncashe's version, and then also is the findings of the doctor for the witness to comment, my lord. If she has no comment, let the witness say so, to say, no, I have no comment to that. Yes, I understand the doctor is coming, my lord, but this is very crucial for this witness to respond if she has. She should not be denied that opportunity, my lord.
Well, my lord, furthermore, these are matters that can be reserved for argument, and a witness cannot be confronted with what is issues that require expert knowledge and be expected to comment. As I mentioned, those witnesses will come and testify, firstly, and secondly, those matters can be reserved for argument.
No, let her comment. It's okay, because there's a judgment by
Thank you, my lord.
Lex Mpati concerning knowledge and expertise, that it doesn't follow that if you're not an expert or trained in a particular discipline, you're not able to comment. You may be a person who sees, let's say a person who works at the mortuary, he sees bodies el gadach, and he acquires some knowledge to make him or her comment. Like she says, if she's not able to, it doesn't take the matter any further, because she's not testifying per se as an expert witness. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, my lord.
Ke khona ongakusho uzosho uma kuukuthi ke uthi cha akukho nje ongakusho ukwena ke kuzophuma kuwena.
Asiqale la ku statement sika Khaya. UKhaya ubone akubonile and u right ukuthi asho lokho akubonile naye, of which that is exactly what we expect from him.
Let's start with the Khaya's statement. Khaya saw what he saw, and he's also saying what he saw, and that is what is expected of him, and he is right to say what it is that he saw.
It's fine. Thank you, ma'am. No problem.
Angaqedi.
Oh, I'm not done yet.
And futhi njengoba ngila ngizokhulumela mina hayi ukhaya.
And as I'm here to speak for myself and not Kaya.
And as for isithombe lesi angazi lutho ngaso angazi nokuthi kwenzakalani la, but ke njengoba seshilo ukuthi khona bazokwazi ukusichaza kangcono kunami.
And as for the picture which is depicted, I don't know anything about it. I don't even know as to what is happening here. And as rightfully stated, there are witnesses who would come and explain it much better.
Don't rush. I'm still coming there. Yours is to answer the question. Remember,
I'm answering the
answer the question. I am now putting the question. I have not yet put the question.
Bengekawubekile umbuzo, khani ngizobeka manje ke umbuzo.
You say wound number 2, wound that is indicated 2.
Na yambona? Yes.
That wound is in front of the deceased. That is the front part of the deceased, if you look at that diagram.
Uma ubuka kahle ke lana ngaphambili kuyena umufi lezinxeba. Limshaye phambili. I can see.
And then wound 3, that one is the back of the body, deceased body. Can you see that?
La kusemuva noma kusemhlane la uma uyakubona lo.
ngiyabona.
Yes, I can see.
Okay. And then the wound track, that picture, it's written wound track, wound 2 to 3. You see that one?
Ukuhamba ke kwalo lana ke inxeba leli kusuka ku2 uyofika ke ku3. Uyabona?
Okay, ngiyabona.
Yes, I see.
Okay. Then wound number 2, if it says entrance, it means the bullet that shot the deceased entered in front as it indicated there.
Nanjengoba kubhaliwe ke lana entrance ukusho ukuthi ke ila inhlamvu eyangena khona la. Yeah. Yes.
And
I
wound,
see.
and wound 3, it's the exit. Exit, it means it went outside of the body.
Lana ila inhlamvu eyaphuma khona.
Okay.
Okay.
And this person, from Ngasha's evidence, he says he was standing against the window.
Lo muntu ke ngokusho kwakhe uNgqatshe umuntu lona ke owayemi enike efasteleni.
And your evidence is that the deceased was standing facing the window, if I'm correct.
Uma mina ke right obakubufakazi buthi umufi wayemi ebheke iwindow.
Cela ukucacisa lapho.
May I explain that?
She never said that.
Oh, sorry.
She came with a story that if you are at the neighbor's back, there are 2 small windows.
Yes.
Did you say that?
Yeah.
Just repeat it because I was listening. And therefore, that person could never see into your kitchen
Iqiniso
Just repeat
ukuthi
it.
nale.
That is true.
because we were missing that evidence from you guys. Just repeat what you said.
Inkantolo icela ukuphinde kubukushilo.
Ebengikushilo ukuthi ekhaya kunamafastela amancane awu2 from both ama-side.
Asibambe lapho. What I said was that in my home there are 2 small windows from both sides.
Leli la usenza abeme ngakhona kanye no suspect number 1. Liwu hafu mhlambi space esingaka uhafu wakhona uvalwe ikhabethe.
Okay. And then the one where Senzo together with the first suspect were standing, and half of it or half of that window is blocked by the cupboard.
Kunama-curtain futhi avalile ukuthi noma ungaphandle ubona nje ukuthi kuyakhanya awuboni ukuthi kunjani kwenzakalani phakathi.
And there are curtains, closed curtains, that as a result of them, if you are outside, you can only see that there's light inside, but you are unable to see as to what is happening.
Ebese kunomnyango center umnyango wawuvaliwe.
And then there's a door in the middle, and that door was closed.
And mina mangibaleka ngiye ebathroom ngashi usenzo ebheke emnyango.
And when I ran to the bathroom, I left Senzo facing the door.
Correct. We're together. I don't have a problem with that. I've moved on from that part of evidence. I'm now at the point when the bullet entered the body of the deceased?
Sidlulile ke lapho manje sila khona ke inhlamvu ingena khona emzimbeni kamufi.
Yeah, boss.
I hear you.
The bullet entered and exited.
Yangena ke inhlamvu yasiphuma.
So if the deceased was facing the door, it means the bullet would have exited backwards inside the house.
Uma kuwukuthi inhlamvu sorry uma kuwukuthi umufi wayebheke emnyango kusho ukuthi inhlamvu lena ke uyayizothi uma ngabe iphumele ngaphakathi endlini.
Once again, my lord,
Yeah, no, that's expected.
there's matters of ballistic.
Yeah, no, ricocheting
Yes.
bullet,
Yes.
a split projectile,
Yes.
split shrapnel. How can this witness comment on that? Ask the expert who's going to come, according to Mr. Balui. I thought you want to establish the facial contours of the body, that there was an exit wound here, an entrance wound here, but as to the tract of the bullet, she can't comment. We didn't expect evidence for that.
As the court businessman.
Yeah.
Is it your evidence that when you came from the hospital, you inspected the house?
Ngabe
If I'm correct.
ubufakazi bakho yini ukuthi manibuya ke esibhedlela wase ubheka ke uhlola endlini?
Ngaphosa nje amehlo ayi in detail.
I just threw my eyes around it, not in detail.
And okwesibili abanye babefuna amafoni abo ukuthi akephi.
And the second thing is that the others were looking for their phones as to where the phones were.
That is my mom.
Uma wami lo
Okay. So you did not do any search around the house as you indicated in your examination in chief?
Ukubuka. Ngaphosa nje amehlo.
It's just to look.
Did you check at the door if there was any forced entry used possibly by the perpetrator?
Ingabe nabheka noma wabheka yini eminyango ukuthi kukhona yini la ukuthi kwa force wakhona ukuthi kungenwe eminyango ilabo abangena.
Njengoba sengichazile mangenza itestimony yami ukuthi uSenzo noKelly uMthoko noTumelo babesemnyango ngaphandle. Mabe ngena ngithi ekhaya kunebutler kunomnyango. Ibutler bayikhiyanga bavala nje umnyango azange bakhiye so iforce entry ayikho lapho.
As I've already explained when giving my testimony that Senzo, Tumelo, Kelly and Mtogo were outside and when they came into the house they just closed the door and they also didn't lock the burglar, so there was no forced entry.
Okay. And you further testified in your examination in chief that you found many people, including the police, inside the house. Am I correct?
Okunye futhi okushilo ukuthi uma nibuya ke wathola abantu abaningi phakathi kwabo namaphoyisa bephakathi endlini.
Yebo kunjani?
Yes, that's correct.
What were they doing?
Babenzani?
If you still remember.
Uma kuukuthi usakhumbula.
Anginakanga ngempela, angizange nake kakhulu.
I really didn't take much note.
And at the time when you arrived at your home, the premises had been cordoned off by the tape. Am I correct?
Uma nibuya ke futhi kwakusekuvaliwe ke nalama tape amaphoyisa.
Yebo kunjani?
That's correct, yes.
But beyond that tape, you found people inside still the house.
Kodwa usenjalo ngale kwaleya tape wathola kunabantu phakathi endlini.
Ngathola bekhona impela kodwa angazi ukuthi babevunyelwe ukungena nini.
Indeed, I found them inside and I also don't know as to when were they allowed to enter.
And the police told you that they were going to do a further investigations on you. Like fingerprints, you remember when you testified about that and other investigation that was supposed to be done. You remember that portion of
Nokuthi
your
futhi ke amaphoyisa anitshela ukuthi ayisezoqhubeka ngophenyo kuninake nanjengoba ubuyitshelile inkantolo ukuthi banitshela ngama fingerprints nokunye.
Yebo kunjani?
Yes, that's correct.
What exactly, if you can remind me, what exactly did the police say they were still going to do to investigate on you?
Uma kuukuthi usakhumbula ngamashi lokho abakusho ukuthi bathini ukuthi yini abasezoyenza kunina.
Ngakhumbula nje ukuthi bathi bazosilanda for i-statement and then bazosthatha ama-fingerprints to eliminate us from the scene or something ngoba sihlala khona, especially mina noManu Kelly.
I remember them saying that they were going to come take us for making of statements, the fingerprints, as well as for elimination purposes, especially myself, my mom and Kelly, because we're staying there.
And then okunye futhi bathi bazothatha ne-DNA.
As well as taking of DNA.
Yeah. Ikona ngikukhumbula hello.
Yes, that's what I can recall.
Were the fingerprints taken?
Bawathatha ke ama fingerprints?
Angisakhumbuli kahle.
I can't remember well.
Okay. Was there any gunshot prime residue test that was done by the police?
Ingaba khona yini uphenyo noma ke i-test eyenziwa kune test abayibiza ngokuthi i-prime residue? Uma ngabe ke udubula ke noma khona ke okusalelayo ngasemuva kwebhamu noma kusalele empahleni noma kula ezandleni, khona yini i-investigation abayenza mayelana nalokho?
Amongst all of you who were present during the shooting incident.
Kunina laba babekhona nkathi kwakudutshula.
Into engikhumbulayo ukuthi kuningi ababekubeke lapha mkwami, especially belanto zemlomeni, I think nasezandleni futhi mangikhumbula kahle bebhizi befaka ema-envelopini plastic amancane ahlukahlukene, so ukuthi kwenziwani in particular angikho sure.
What I do recall is that a lot was placed in front of me, and there was a taking of swabs in the mouth and the hands, and they would place in plastics and envelopes. As to what it is exactly or in particular that was done, I don't know.
Okay. There is a statement of Mr. Mlungisi Edward Hlophe. It's A6. My lord, the statement was taken on the 6th of March 2019 in Durban. For the purpose of the witness, to assist the witness in identifying this witness, the witness is residing at number 5 Fallbrook Place, Phoenix. You said the address. It's Mr. Mlungisi Edward Hlophe. Do you know him?
Yeah, we are Mlungisi Edward Hlophe, uhlala la kule address number 5 Fallbrook Place, Phoenix.
Angimazi.
No, I don't know him.
This witness
As a court, please, my lord.
in paragraph 8.
I'm sorry, Advocate Mshololo. As a court, please, I don't think it's fair to cross-examine this witness about the statement of this witness. We know from the cross-examination of Advocate Nisi what this witness says. It testifies about what he heard from another person. And we submit, my lord, that it's unfair to put the TSA evidence to this witness. If the state calls that witness, then they can put this version to that witness.
Insurance, are you going to refer to hearsay evidence?
No, my lord, it's not hearsay evidence.
What is it? Direct evidence?
It's direct evidence, my lord.
So this witness was there then? Ms. Zandile Khumalo, it means you were there when the report was made. Are you saying that?
No, this witness will be called, my lord.
No, we'll come to that. I'm just interested in whether it's hearsay evidence, which she must comment on, or direct evidence.
My lord, it's hearsay because this witness heard from another person about this witness.
That can't be allowed. It's hearsay, unless you prove the hearsay as an exclusion in terms of Section 3 of the Evidence Act, number 45 of 1988. That's different. But you can't, without laying that type of layer, make the witness comment on hearsay evidence.
as the court pleases, my lord, can I just rephrase this?
I see Mr. Minister wants to help you. Yes, sir, you want to comment?
I'm not so sure if I can even address this court in this aspect.
No, you are here to help the court.
thank you.
Maybe I'm quoting Umthetho Ongekho.
As a court, please, my lord, Advocate Nis is speaking out of turn.
Yeah, I know.
It is the turn of Advocate Mshololo. He
Now
doesn't
he wants to
have
assist us.
the right to
Are you
address.
commenting on the law? Fine.
Yes, my lord.
What about-
I just want to assist.
Yeah.
This is what the court, at the very onset of the trial, said that no party should try to benefit on a technical error in determination of the disputes of
Ah,
the
that's not a
case in this matter, my
technicality.
lord.
It's a law of evidence.
Yes.
Okay.
My lord, basically, this is not hearsay per se. It could
How
be
do you know?
hearsay.
Because Ms. Mshololo is still addressing the court.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
Please, Ms. Mshololo. What's your view? I'm saying it's hearsay evidence, which you want this witness to comment upon.
My lord,
And I say you must lay a proper basis for that, as enunciated in section 3(1)(a), b, c of Acts 45 of 1988. You know that?
yes, I know.
Yes. Unless you do that,
My lord, if that is the case, can I ask for a 5 minutes adjournment just to prepare the short application that I need to bring before this court?
Ms. Malloy?
As a court, please, we don't, if it's 5 minutes, we don't have a problem with that.
Okay, let's
But-
adjourn for 5 minutes.
Thank you, madam.
because you are the cross-examiner. What is he? Where he doesn't even tell me where has he gone to?
He went to fetch a book, my lord.
No. Just go on, please.
Thank you. My lord, I would like to bring the application to provisionally lead hearsay evidence in terms of the Law of Evidence Amendment Act 1988, Section 3 per se, my lord. My lord, it is my submission that it is in the interest of justice that reference made about the witness who is testifying currently contained in this statement, which amounts to hearsay to her, be read into her for her comment. The witness or the deponent who made the statement will be called later, my lord.
Okay, is that all?
My submission, my lord, is that it is in the interest of justice that this paragraph be read into the witness, into the record, be accepted or be allowed so that the witness can be able to comment.
Mr. Valerie?
As a court, please, my lord, the counsel has intimated that this witness will be called later.
Yeah.
He can testify about it. My lord, these proceedings are being broadcast live, and the main purpose, my lord, is for open justice, but even more importantly, to inform the public.
Yeah.
It is therefore important that correct rules of procedure be followed, and if hearsay evidence, my lord, is being brought forth, that it should be rejected. As the state had pointed out, this witness can come and testify about it. In fact, this witness will be of no help to the TSA, as she can prefer no comment regarding the TSA. Scott, please.
Yeah. Any response? Any
My lord,
response?
the only response is that the deponent will be called and the person who made that reference will also be called to come and testify.
Fine. Let them be called, because let me just read what the hearsay evidence says. You see, the state is objecting. It's different if the state doesn't object. And this is what 3A says. Subject to the provisions of any other law, hearsay evidence shall not be admitted as evidence at a criminal or civil proceedings unless A, each party against whom the evidence is to be adduced agrees to the admission thereof as evidence as such proceedings. I don't have to go any further. And the interest of justice won't be frustrated or infringed, because you also say the witness is coming to testify at this trial. Okay.
That's the court.
Thank you. I'm told you had gone to fetch a book. You should know that law in your head. Okay, fine. Right, any further questions, ma'am?
Thank you, my lord. Ms. Khumalo, you further testified that you were called to make a facial image of the second intruder. I just have one question regarding that portion of evidence. You remember that?
Okunye futhi okushilo ukuthi wabizwa ke ukuthi uzolekelela noma uzosiza ekudwebeni ke ama facial features alo wesibili umsolo. Nginombuzo nje owodwa mayelana nalokho.
Yebo njalo.
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that the diagram that you completed had already been completed by other witnesses.
Ushilo futhi ukuthi nalapho ke kukhona la wafika wena wafaka khona babe sebekhona ke abanye babe nezinto abasebeyifakile vele.
Yebo njalo.
That's true.
So in other words, the description that was given into this statement of Colonel Steenkamp did not come from you for the description of the suspect.
Akusho ukuthi lokuchaza ke okukhona lapha yana kuloku bhalwe uyena uSteenkamp mayelana naye ke umsola kwakungasuki kuwena.
Mina wangibuza ukuthi kulo second suspect ikuphi engak-eda and ikuphi mhlambe ngifuna ukuthi enze ama-adjustment khona.
What Steenkamp asked me was, what is it with regards to the second suspect that I would like her to add, or that I would like to add, or where I would like her to make adjustments?
And then ngamphendula ngiyakhumbula khona ukuthi angisazi noma ngasho ama-eyelash na ama-eyebrows na but ngamtshela futhi ukuthi uyena ngempela.
And I responded, I can't remember whether I said it's the eyebrows, but I confirmed with Steenkamp that it was indeed him.
But in short, my question is that whatever description that was given in that diagram, you only assisted on the information which had already been given.
Kodwa ke engikubuzayo mina ukuthi kule diagram wena ke information eyayiseyikhona vele wa-add wena.
Yebo nga-add.
Yes, I added.
Okay. And in the same statement of Steenkamp, I'll just read the paragraph which refers to you. In this statement,
Ngizofunda ke lokhu okumayelana nawe noma kuqonde wena ke kulesi statement sikaSteenkamp.
the statement was signed, my lord, on the 31st of October 2014 in Pretoria. Warrant Officer Steenkamp. You see that? Okay. Then go to page 3, wherein it says the second witness was Kelly's sister Zandile Khumalo. You see that paragraph?
Page 3. Okay. It's page 4.
Page 4.
Page 4.
Can I read, my lord, for the record?
Yes.
The second witness was Kelly's sister Zandile Khumalo. She told a similar version and gave a similar profile and facial description of suspect A. The only feature she adds was the eyebrows. She saw the eyebrows when suspect A lost his headgear during the scuffling with the deceased. She could not describe the second suspect.
Lana ke ubhala athi uSteenkamp owesibili ufakazi wakudade Kelly uZandile Khumalo washo ke okufanayo mayelana ke neprofile kanye futhi ke nama description obuso akhe ususpect A. Kuphela ke awakungeza kwakuwama eyebrows. Wawabona ke wona akhe ususpect A uma sekuwa isigqoko sakhe ngathi ayelwisana naye umufi. Akazange noma akakamchazanga ke noma akakwazanga ukumchaza owesibili umsolwa.
Engifuna ukusho lapho ukuthi wangibuza nje ukuthi la ku suspect B ikuphi ofuna ukuthi ngushintshe ngathi mina lokho engikubonayo uyena impela.
What I know is that she asked me, with regards to suspect B, what is it that you would like me to change? And then I just said, it is indeed him.
Hayi ukuthi bengingakwazi ukumdescribe cha.
Not that I was unable to describe him, no.
So it means she is not correct what she wrote there.
Okay, ngaphendula.
Angazi ukuthi mayihlanganiswa lento ihlanganiswa kanjani angiyona professional yale department but angazi.
I don't know when this now is then brought up or brought together, how do they make it? I am not a professional in this department.
But it's not what you said.
Angizwa lokho ngakusho mina ukuthi ngiyambona uyena uphelele hayi ukuthi angikwazi ukumdescribe.
What I said was that I'm able to see that it's him, he's complete, not that I'm unable to describe him.
Okay, but my question is, what is written there? It's not what you said.
So okubhalwe la lokho akubhalwe la egcineni lokho asikona owakusho wena. No.
Okay, let's move on. My lord, I just want to refer the witness to the identification parade that was conducted at GP.
Yes.
I have asked that it be uploaded also as well. I've given the state my copy as well. I know you have been taken through this form
Ngiyazi-ke bebesebe dilishane-ke nawe ngale form lena
of the identification parade that you attended at GP Police Station
yale ID-ke owaya kuyona-ke e-GP Police Station
on the 29th of October 2014.
ngeyi-29 ka-October 2014.
But I just want to take you through few issues.
Khona nje okuthize-ke engifisa ukuthi-ke dingide nawe.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
In this document, if I can just summarize it from the evidence that we have given in this court about the occurrence and the role played by you, that you did not point anyone out, but you said he was similar.
Uma nje kafishane nje ngale document lena noma okwenzeka la ukuthi akunamuntu owamkhomba kodwa wathi nje kukhona ukufana okuthize.
Yes.
I hear.
That was the first mistaken identity that you gave when the facts were still fresh in your mind immediately after the incident on the 29th of October 2014.
Ngathi ke kokuqala la owenza khona ke ukuthi noma ukhombeke umuntu egasi yena ke nkathi lokho kwenzeka ke besehlakalo kwakuse fresh kuwena emqondweni.
Mawuthi mistaken identity usho ukuthini ngoba mina ngathi kunama similarities angishongo ukuthi uyena.
What do you mean when you say mistaken identity? Because I never said that that person was indeed the person. I said that there were similarities.
This document is recorded for the purpose by the officer who is conducting parade. And he signed and confirmed that this document is correct. He wrote that you indicated, in other words, you pointed out someone. I understand what we have said here in court, but taking it from the form as is, you indicated someone.
Ngiyakuzwa wena okushoyo kodwa ke lo muntu obhalayo lana ubhala ke uyakubhala ke lokho okulana abesefunga futhi abesesayinda futhi ngiyakuzwa lokho okushoyo kodwa yena ke la ngendlela abhala ngayo wathi wena unomuntu owamkhomba.
Bengicela sibize yena azoyikhulumela ukuthi wayibhala ngoba ecabangani noma engizwe ngithini ngoba mina into engayisho ngithi ama similarities angishongo ukuthi uyena even noma ngiphuma lapha ngaphuma kazi kahle ukuthi akekho lapha.
I would then request that that person be called and that person explain as to what was he or she thinking when writing and what did he or she think was saying, because even I said there were similarities. Even on my way out, I knew very well that that person was not amongst those that were there.
But at the end of the day, according to this form, this person was identified wrongly.
Yeah, but this witness is trying to explain. She contests the authenticity and veracity of that form, in other words. So this gentleman who wrote that, like she suggests intelligently, must be called.
Thank you, my lord. Can I refer the witness to the photo album of the same ID parade?
Okay.
I've requested also it, so that we can look at that person whom you pointed out during that ID parade as the second suspect.
The one holding number 2.
The one holding number 2. Mr. Sibanda, can you show it there on the screen?
You've got the photo here.
I don't have it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So this.
Yeah. One number.
Do you see the height of the person, the number 2 of the person who was pointed out who is being referred to as the person pointed out during the ID parade?
Uyabona ubude bakhe lo muntu lona ke number 2, ophethe number 2.
Mawuthi ubude isithombeni uzobona njani ubude bomuntu?
When you say the height, now in a photo, how are you able to see a person's height?
Okay. The first one in that photo is shorter. I'm talking about the height of all those people who are there.
Ngikhuluma ke ukulingana kwabo noma ubude babo bonke laba abalapha yana.
Usho emakhanda kuphela.
Only referring to the heads.
Yeah, the height of a person.
Makunja ngikwazi ukubheka ngikwazi ukubona. I can't really tell.
If it's like that, I can't really tell. I can't see.
The first one is shorter. The second one is shorter than the first one. The third one is shorter than the second. The fourth one is shorter than the third one.
Oh, chaza lokho bengithi mhlambe ufuna ukuthi ngazi ukuthi umude kangakanani.
Is that what you're saying? Because I thought you wanted me to know how tall he is.
Okay. Now you see the height for the second one.
Yes.
Yes.
That is short.
Mfusha.
And the one we have identified as the second suspect, he was tall.
Lona wena ke omchaze nanjengomude, nanjengowesibili wayemude.
Okokuqala lo mangimbiza bengimbiza as the first suspect mangim-identifier ngama facial contours ibala lakhe elimnyama elicwebezelayo ngangimlantoza as the first one.
When I called this particular person to come closer, I was identifying this person as the first suspect. With regards to the facial contours, his dark, shiny skin.
Number 2.
Not number 2.
Also, in this ID parade, you were referring to suspect number 1.
Number 1.
I have no further questions to that. Can I ask that video clip be played? I just want to take you through a few comments that you made in the video clip.
But she suggests the killing may have actually been a hitman for Kelly, who was having an affair with the star at the time. 5 men are currently on trial.
Thank you so much for your time. Let's just start with the fact that it's been 8 years since that fateful evening. It's something that I think hangs over your family's head. How are you? How has the past 8 years been?
Thank you so much for having me. I'm a happy person. I'm happy at home, family's great. And obviously we have this cloud hanging over us. And I want people to understand that I am not here to speak ill of anyone. I am not here to protect anyone. But I'm just here to raise my concerns on the case, of course, and also shine the light on the things that were happening behind the scenes that I feel people should know about, or the country must know about, that were never spoken about. You know. So I'm just gonna take you back to the first day's Balama statements, because all along was obviously wanting them to find these perpetrators, find these suspects. But oh yes, Sahamba in the morning, we were called to give our statements in the morning. I was one of the first people that gave her statement. Right after that, we were asked to go to some room to finish the illustration and name of the suspects, of the people we saw that came into the house. We did that as well, and our phones were taken from us, or to investigate on Nani. And then they brought them back, I think a day later, if I'm not mistaken. And then leading, I think a couple of months down the line, on social media that ATA Urope was the one to pull the trigger everybody saying that. And then eventually Longwe and myself were called. I remember we were at Longwe's grandmother's house. They came in the morning to come and fetch us. Simply because we want to help in any way that we can. So we were taken to Pretoria Police Station, SCBD. I don't know if you know it. And then got there, we were put in different rooms, interrogated. We were not questioned. There's a difference between questioning a person, asking a question for understanding, and interrogating a person. So we interrogated no longer him on the other room, me on the other room. And then same time our phones were taken again. I don't know what they were hoping to find, but it won't have still. Right after that, we were sent back home, Satara Salinda. And then came another day where we were asked now to come and give additional statements. I remember that day, it was 2018, and I just released my album, so somewhere in February. So I left shooting in Yenza in the morning with the kids in my pajamas, because it's full of scenes that I went straight from the shoot to the police station in Fort Lauderdale this time. And we got there around about 2 p.m. And from there onwards, we stayed up until 9. And for me, for umuntu ozo nikeza additional statement simply means whatever information that we feel was left out. We are not starting from over. Even original statements did not take that long. But we were all put together in different rooms. I was in my own room with about 5 to 6 officers, one lady, the rest was male. And I was asked questions. Whoever they felt they wanted to ask questions would ask that question. And I kept on repeating the same thing over and over, and it was tiring. We couldn't even go to the bathroom, you know? And later gave us about, okay guys, you guys can go. So so we went. I remember at some point my voice was tired, and I had a show the following day. And then from there onwards, let me just check again. Oh, and then we were called for a role play. You guys must be taken back to the scene. Well, that day I remember it was me and my sister and my mother. The others we did not see. I said, before Tina or after Tina, you know. But that day it was myself, my mother, and my sister came. So we waited at my parents' house because we were no longer staying at that house and there was no one there. So while we were waiting that side, they had people, I think those were the characters that we had to, you know, okay, lo, ngimbona as maybe Senzo, lo, ngimbona maybe as Ulongwe, or lo, ngimbona as the perpetrator, so they even had props just to make everything make sense. So we went in one by one, came back. Hey man, I won't lie to you, it was the toughest time. Just give me a moment. Yeah, it was a rough time, and we were done, and then we went back home, and then we waited. And then obviously social media is happening, papers writing, TV's talking, and still nothing on those people. And then again, I think about, I don't know how many years later, we were called for a lie detector test. There was a lie detector test. Lie detector test, they fetched us in the morning. We went. In fact, you're not supposed to see each other, you're not supposed to speak to each other or whatever, I don't know. Which was also one of the things that made me really concerned.
Do you remember maybe how long after that they called you for these lie detector tests?
If I'm not mistaken, I think it was 2018 or 17, somewhere there. Yeah, somewhere there. And then we were called for those lie detector tests. We went. Ngiyakhumbula, there was some dude, tall dude, intimidating looking kind of dude, who was asking questions, and obviously they had those things that they put on you and you ask questions, and nothing came of it. Even no suspect that no one would come back and say, "I we passing like detector test or we failing associate bomb or whatever." So I assumed okay, since no one is saying anything, we passing like detector test, because if makes so sure, isn't it? Right. So went back home and we waited on the police. But I guess it's one thing I also want you to understand is that I don't degrade me. I'm Lona Fuji Police, But looking at this whole situation, not to call umuntu oshonile endlini and umyeni kamuntu or be boyfriend yomuntu, the first suspect would be obviously maybe the girlfriend or the wife. And in all of this, Tina's landiwe formally detector test, but no one has ever looked at Umadisa. No one. Tina wetama phone ya tatu. Umadisa phone ya tatu ngani. Umadisa ka investigate ngani. Not so long ago, Senzo said on national television, she tried by all means to make sure Utumshatuga killing Senzo does not happen, or Amalobolo does not happen.
Can we just pause there?
So my question is,
Thank you, my lord. Ms. Khumalo, I just want to get clarity on what you said there, to say the deceased mother went to get umuthi wesichitho.
Into ayisho ku Netflix.
That is, sorry.
Nami bengiquota yona into ayisho ku Netflix.
It's what she said on Netflix. I was also quoting that which she said on Netflix.
Okay. And initially you said the person who should be suspected is the girlfriend and the wife.
Ushilo ke kuqaleni wathi abantu ekufanele noma umuntu ekufanele aphenywe noma investigatewe igirlfriend noma unkosikazi.
Bengisho futhi based on ukuthi umuntu lo usuke elantoza usuke eCPC usuke eshadile noma usuke ene girlfriend bengisho kuleso simo.
I was saying that taking into account whatever the particular person's situation or position is, whether the person would have been married or not.
And from the evidence of the SMSs that was submitted before this court, from those messages, it is Ms. Kelly Khumalo who wanted to get rid of the deceased.
Sorry.
As a court, please, I don't think that is correct. I think it's more about the ending of the relationship and not getting
Get rid of means kill, murder. She wanted to end the relationship because she found herself in an untenable situation in that there was no certainty about the relationship she was having with the deceased, because the deceased was also having his wife.
Yes.
And then there's talk about Lobola,
Yes.
supposed to take the Kelly as the second wife. I don't know.
Yes.
It's
As the court business, my lord, as the court is correcting the record, the person who had a sour relationship, according to this exhibit, it was Ms. Kelly Khumalo and the deceased.
Yes. They were involved in a love triangle. Like the evidence says, Senzo's wife, Mandisa, she was in Joburg on the day Senzo was allegedly murdered. And yet, Kelly was also there. So the women, Baga Senzo, they were all gravitating in the same pool, as he put it.
Yes. Can I proceed, my lord?
Hello?
Can I proceed, my lord?
Yeah.
Thank you. And Ms. Mandisa Mkhize, we do not have any records of the cell phone which shows that he didn't want the relationship he had with the deceased, other than the exhibit 01.
asinabo ubufakazi obushoyo ke ukuthi uMiss Mandisa Mkhize
God, please, my lord, how will the witness know that she's not the investigating officer?
Well, as I recall the evidence, whose, what do you call this, hair braids?
The hair pieces.
Yeah, the hair, who pulled whose hair pieces? You remember? There was that evidence.
Yes, my
I
lord.
listened, mina court.
Yes, my lord. Umandisa owadonsa inwele za Kelly estate.
Yes, I remember that.
Mandisa pulled Haley's hair at the hospital.
But my question has not been answered.
No, you said there was no acrimony, in other words, between Mandisa and Kelly.
Yes.
And yet we know, I listened to evidence which says the tuft of hair was winched out of Kelly's head by Mandisa.
And my lord, to add to that, khona isithombe la esikhona, I think ithombe compiled emini uKelly wayithwele iduku ngoba wayivala khona ukuthi inwele sezisukile lapho and akakatholi isikhathi sokuthi hamba wayilungisa.
And my lord, just to add on to that, amongst the photos, I saw a photo of Kelly where she is wearing a headgear or a duke, and there she was still covering her head because she hadn't yet had time to go and fix that.
Okay, can we adjourn for 15 minutes?
Melody, we
Yeah. We?
can pause the video. Can I ask that we continue from the
Oh,
video?
yes, yes.
Maybe yena nomalokazana wakhe baletha abantu not necessarily to target uSenzo but to target uKelly to make sure that this does not happen. And also one of my other concerns is that the police are just fishing in one pond. Why can't we look at other avenues? Because sina 8 years manje siqulana naleli licala but wonke umuntu ubheke in one direction. And that Pumi answer below direction is payable. Why can't we look at other people, look at other possible or possibilities?
About the second docket, when you and your sister and everyone is in the house of suspects. When did you learn of the second docket? And just maybe elaborate on.
Sorry, what seems to be the problem? I don't know. Oh, when did it start?
Just now.
Okay. So it's not recording the recording. Just as a matter of interest, what is the status, evidential-wise, Mr. Baloi, of this so-called video? Jurisprudentially, what is its status?
Well, I think it serves two purposes. Firstly, as a real exhibit of the fact that there was this interview between a witness and ENCA journalist. But secondly, maybe as documentary evidence of that interview. But
and it's evidence before this court.
Yes, but as to its importance, we really have serious doubts about
the property value. Yes,
it's just,
you can address me after.
Just an opinion of a witness during a press interview, which was conducted when these proceedings were underway. In fact, it's the sub judice rule was breached. So yeah, its status it's very doubtful, my lord.
You can address me after cross-examining on it. You can educate me. Right? Yes. Is it?
How would make you feel? Because in one docket, you are a victim, in another docket, you're a suspect.
As I mentioned in my one of my posts on Instagram, I felt like the case was just because you can't have a docket and then we are witnesses, we are victims, and then the next, so when did we get to that 360? How did we get to that answer? And it comes up in the second docket, even all along. Unless we just want to pin something on, obviously, the people that are just right there so that you can get this over and done with.
So do you think this entire trial in itself is a farce?
Honestly, I don't trust that man for one.
Have you been contacted by the state?
No, I have not. No, I have not. Ever. And another thing that's also like a serious concern for me is that kuthiwa abantu babushiwe, ne? Thina njengabantu abababona abantu abangena endlini, ne? We were not called to ID these people. Why? Is it because now everything has suddenly changed and now we are suspects?
Do you recognize anyone doesn't?
They were wearing masks half of the time. So there's no way I can say hilo or ilo. And none of those guys had dreadlocks. So some of them have gained weight. It's been a while.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
right now I
Can you
can't
pause
say Okwana no Mageko. Between.
Thank you, my lord. Miss? Can I proceed, my lord?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, my lord. Ms. Khumalo, I just want to get clarity on that part when you said half of the time they were wearing masks. Which stage were you referring to? Were you referring to the time when the incident took place or at the time when they appeared in court?
Kunendawo laphana ke uthi isikhathi esiningi kwabegqoke noma befake ama mask ubusho ngalesi sikhathi sokwenzeka kwesigameko noma ngenkathi bevela enkantolo.
Lesikhathi bevela enkantolo kodwa ngingazi ukuthi kwakuwo okokuqala noma okwesibili noma okwesithathu kodwa mina mengibabona ngalolu suku lolo babeyivale nje ngempela.
It was during their court appearance, I don't know whether it was for the first, the second or the third appearance, but when I saw them, they were just covered.
Okay. At the time of the incident, is there any of the intruder who was wearing mask or balaclava?
Ngaleli langa lesigameko ingabe ukhona kulabo ababili abangena owayefake noma imask noma ibalaclava.
Hanjwa bese ngichazile wedwa efake isigqoko omunye efake ihoodie.
No, as I've already explained, the one was wearing a hat and the other a hoodie.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Khumalo. I will just put to you the accused number 5 version is that he denies the allegations against him. Put against him, he was never there during the robbery or when the incident took place.
Okokuqala ke ngizokutshela ke okushiwo umsolwa ke engimele umsolwa wesihlanu uthi ke insolo ayibekwayo akazani nazo futhi ke wayengekho lapha yana ngaleli langa.
Do you have any comment?
Njengoba sengichazile ukuthi mina ngabona abantu ababili abangena endlini. Ukuthi yena uthinteka kanjani lokho sesingabeka emaphoyiseni ukuthi asichazele kabanzi based on the evidence.
As I've already said that I saw 2 people on the day that entered the house. As to how he is involved, that we can leave to the police to explain in detail.
Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any re-examination, Mr. Balawan?
As a court, please, my lord, just some few aspects. Ma'am, in cross-examination by Mr. Ramosipili for accused number 1 and 2, as well as yesterday by counsel for accused number 4, Advocate Khumalo, you were asked about your observation of the 2 intruders. And you mentioned that you set your eyes upon them when they entered the door, the kitchen door.
Nkathi ububuzwa noma owawubuzwa ngayo ke imibuzo uyena uadvocate noma Mr. Ramosipile omele umsolo wokuqala kanye nowesibili na izolo ke nkathi ubuzwa uyena uadvocate Khumalo omele umsolo wesine ubuziwe ke ngendlela owabona ngayo labo bantu abangena endlini ngaleliyana washo ukuthi wababona ke nkathi babengena eminyango. Yes, that's correct.
And you mentioned that you saw them through that opening between the wall and the fridge.
Washo nokuthi futhi ke wababona ke kule la okuvuleke khona ke phakathi kobonda kanye ne-fridge.
Cha ngithe ngababona kahle phakathi khona umnyango olida epassage.
I said that there was a door leading to the passage coming from the kitchen.
Ila ngafika khona ngapopola kanje ngobulongo wayihleli ngapha kwa left wami, so ngapopola I had to lean forward kancane.
That's where I peeped through because Longo was seated on my left, so I had to lean forward and peep through a bit.
Yes. But from that moment, on, from that moment when you first set your eyes on them, up until when you left them in the kitchen to run to the bathroom? Did you have them all the time in your sight, or was there a point in time when they were out of your sight?
Kodwa ke kusukela ngaleso sikhathi leso owaqala ngaso ukubabona kwaze kwayisikhathi la ubaleka khona ubashiya ekitchen uya ebathroom, ingabe ngaso sonke isikhathi abantu owawubabona noma sikhona isikhathi la ababeke bakusithekela khona wangababoni?
So okokuqala njengoba sengichazile ukuthi ngibabone mabengena kulomnyango lo wasekitchen olidela ephasishini, and then ngaphinde ngababona kahle futhi mase sibadudula sibasa ekitchen, and then mase siqala futhi sesithatha one by one sesibashaya silwa nabo ila futhi ngababona kahle futhi lo mude lo accused number 2 uyena engangiqondane naye mina, and then mase ngise ebathroom futhi kanjalo, and then mase ngipopola ususpect number 1 ila ngambona kahle futhi mayiselwa noma okokuqala wayibheke estanding, and then mayisebuya ila futhi ngaphinde ngambona khona kahle.
I saw them, as I said, that is now through that door, coming from the kitchen leading to the passage. Then when we were now pushing them, going towards the kitchen, and I choose number 2 is the one that I was in direct contact with. And then there was also the time when I went to the bathroom and then peeped through the door. So I suspect number 1 at the time when he was fighting with my mother. At the time he was with his back against me. But then when he turned around, I then saw him. That is now at the time when he had turned and then faced my direction.
But from the time when you first set your eyes on them up until when you left them there in the kitchen, were they always within your sight, or was there a point when they were out of your sight?
Kodwa ke kusona leso isikhathi owaqala ngaso wabona kwaze kwayisikhathi badudula ngaso ukuthi baye ekitchen, ingabe ngaso sonke isikhathi abantu nje obawubabona ngamagama babe phambi kwakho noma sikhona isikhathi laba ke basuka awababona khona?
Njengoba bese ngishilo ukuthi besise kitchen sonke, and some of them most of the people abalapha endlini badenyana kunami. I think I'm the shortest endlini, so bengibabona ngama segment.
As I've already said that we had then pushed them into the kitchen, and then when we were in the kitchen, most of the people that were there in the house were taller than me. I was the shortest, so I would see them in segments.
And then accused number 2 uyena omude kunathi sonke lapha yana, so okwakhe bekuyena ubuyena obeqhashela noma kuthu ngemuva ubukwazi ukumbona kahle.
Accused number 2 was the tallest of all the people that were there, so whether you were at the back, you would be able to see him because he was the tallest.
And furthermore, in cross-examination by both Mr. Ramosipele and Advocate Khumalo, they asked you as to how long the whole incident lasted. You testify that you are not able to give a time estimate.
Bakubuzile futhi ke nangesikhathi ukuthi sonke lesi sigameko sathatha isikhathi esingakanani, washo ke ukuthi isikhathi wawungasibekiwe.
Yebo kunjani?
That is indeed correct.
Are you perhaps able to say whether it took place quickly or whether yes. As a court pleases, would you say this was an incident of a short duration or a long duration?
Ungathi isigameko lesi sesikhathi eside noma esifishane?
For me, ngoba that was a very traumatic moment or point of my life. Mina kwakungathi isikhathi eside.
For me, because that was a very traumatic experience of my life, it seemed like a long time.
Kungenzeka ukuthi isikhathi sasisifishane kodwa kumina kwafile ngathi isikhathi sasiside ngempela.
It is possible that the time might have been short, but to me, it felt like a long time.
Now, Advocate Counsel for accused number 4, Advocate Khumalo, referred you to exhibit 02. These are the text messages between you and Longwe.
Ubuziwe ke uyena advocate Khumalo ngayo exhibit 02 ama messages phakathi kwakho noLongwe.
He referred you to page 46.
Just a moment.
And the text message read, "I'm outside." Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Counsel for accused number 4 further put it to you that you are protecting Longwe.
Okunye futhi ke akushilo kwena ke ummeli wakho umsolo wesine ukuthi wena uyamvikela uLongwe.
Ngikuzwile lokho akade kusho kodwa anginaso isizathu sokuthi ngimvikele uLongwe.
I heard what he said, but I have no reason to protect Longwe.
He even asked you to describe Longwe.
Asecela ke nokuthi umchazeke noma umusho uLongwe.
Yebo njani?
Yes, that's true.
If briefly you can refer to the text messages between you and Longwe starting on page 45, just to contextualize the text messages between you and Longwe. On, if you can refer to the third from the bottom, the third message from the bottom.
Yes.
Yeah, just put it on record.
La angiboni kahle angifakile ama specs namhlanje but uthi are you on stage yet?
Ngibuza ke ukuthi ngabe sengise stage yini.
Yes, and the next message.
Elandelayo.
And then I think le ibuya kumina ngikhuluma naye ngithi
Sorry, going down or going up?
Going down.
Going down.
oh ithi can I sleep over at your house tonight?
Elandelayo ke uyabuza ukuthi ngalala wena namhlanje ebusuku.
And there are terms there, angel and sunshine. What do they refer to?
Kusho ukuthini ke labo angel labo sunshine?
uLongwe ivamise ukungibiza ngo sunshine.
Longwe used to call me sunshine.
Yes. And how did you address him?
Wena uthini umbiza?
Kwakuphakathi kwa angel or dimples.
It was between angel or dimples.
Yes, the next message.
Esibili ithi yes because yes but because pet angiboni kahle here is here, I think that's what he meant, is here, can we chill at Kelly's house until they sleep?
Yebo ngoba uphethi ukhona ke lana singahlala ke kwaKelly kuze kube isikhathi balala ngaso.
Yes, next message.
Next page.
Yes. Page 46, the first message then.
Okay, I think le iqhamuka kumini yakuyena ithi at the house.
I think this one is from me to him saying at the house, endlini.
Yes. The next message.
Ithi can you come to my house now and we will chill then we'll chill there and leave to your house later.
Ena ke ithi ungeza ke kwami noma kumina endlini sizohlala khona ke bese sihamba ke later.
Yes, from whom to whom?
I think it's from me. Yeah.
Ngicabanga ukuthi kuya kumina ke or him.
Angiboni kahle.
I can't see properly.
Yes. Yes, there's a
I think
number.
it comes kumina.
I think it was from me.
Yes. Yes, next message.
And then uthi your mom's.
Kwama wakho.
Yes.
I think ngase ngiphendula nami lana ngathi yep.
I then answered and said yep.
And then why said I'm coming.
wathi yena-ke, and then he said ngiyeza.
Yes.
And then ngase ngiphendula ngithi okay my baby.
I then responded by saying, okay, my baby.
Yes.
I think futhi ngase ngimphinda ngimchecka ukuthi how far are you?
I checked him again, asking him ukuthi ukude kangakanani.
Why said 10 minutes?
He then said 10 minutes.
Ngathi mina okay.
I said, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it ended up in that message when he said he's outside.
Yebo njalo.
That's correct.
And how would you characterize the relationship between you and Longwe?
Ngachaza kanjani-ke ubudlelwane phakathi kwakho noLongwe?
I-relationship yami noLongwe okokuqala ilasta ngesikhathi, so futhi ngalesikhathi lesi it was fairly new.
My relationship and Longwe didn't last for a while, or didn't last longer, and during this time it was fairly new.
So ngasho ukuthi nje sesekwa honeymoon stage.
I can say that we were still at the honeymoon stage.
If one looks at Exhibit 01, I'm sorry, 02, this very same Exhibit 02 from page 17, 17 and 18, there's a series of, in fact, up to 19, from page 17 to 19, there's a series of text messages between you and Longwe.
Kusuka ku 17 ukuyofika ke ku 19 ngama message nje phakathi kwakho noLongwe.
Yeah.
Yes.
What was, just in broad outline, what was the nature of those messages?
Aye kanjani ke lama message noma inature yawo lama messages la?
Njenga wonke umuntu abantu abathandanayo mina noLongwe nathi besifonelana sicheckana udlile udleni how's your day into ezikanjalo, so kuba nama back and forth messages or back and forth phone calls.
Longwe and I, just like any couple, would call each other, ask each other how you were doing, what did you eat, and what it is that you ate. There were back and forth messages and back and forth phone calls. And how's your day?
Thank you. In cross-examination by counsel for accused number 4, Advocate Khumalo, he put your statements to you and took you through your evidence. He also touched on the aspect of the number of shots that were fired in your presence.
Advocate Khumalo ke ukubuzile ngey'statement zakho kanye futhi nobufakazi bakho kufika la enkantolo, wase futhi ekhuluma ke nangokuqhuma kwey'bhamu noma ke ama-shots adutshulwa ukhona.
As well as those that were fired whilst you were in the bathroom.
Nalawo ke adutshulwa noma futhi nokuqhuma kwey'bhamu ke nkathi use-bathroom.
Can you perhaps clarify to the court how many shots were fired in your presence there in the kitchen and how many were fired there whilst you're in the bathroom?
Awutshele le nkantolo ukuthi saqhuma kangaki isibhamu use-kitchen, sasesiqhuma kangaki nkathi use-bathroom.
Engikukhumbulayo ukuthi esokuqala isibhamu masisho isona esangithusa. And I think for any other person ukuthi mawuzwa isibhamu siqhuma okokuqala futhi kuwesi mina inhlansi yangishayo onyaweni iyona eyangithuma ebathroom.
With regards to what happened, my lord, is that when the first shot went off, that's the one that scared me or that made me to be shocked. And the worst for me that it hit me, or the spark hit me on my foot, and that's the shot that led me to run to the bathroom.
And then thereafter gelana manya selandela ngangise bathroom.
And then thereafter, when the others followed, I was in the bathroom. Two of them.
So kusho ukuthi in total ama gunshots ayo 3.
Which means in total there were 3 gunshots.
Counsel for accused number 4, Advocate Khumalo, put the following proposition to you that you, your mother, and Togo have a tendency to point out persons willy-nilly, to avoid a suspicion that the deceased was killed by one of the persons in the house.
Okunye futhi okushiwo kuwena kushiwo yena ke advocate wakhe umsolo wesine ukuthi wena ke uma wakho kanye nomthoko ninale tendency yokuthi nikhombe nje abantu ke engasibona ke ukuthi nisuseke insolo zokuthi umufi wadutshulwa umuntu kulaba ababesendlini.
When he asks you that whether you have said anything regarding his client, the involvement of his client,
uma futhi sekubuza ke ukuthi ingabe khona yini okushilo kubufakazi bakho mayelana nomsolo amele,
you answer that you've already pointed out the second suspect that you identified as accused number 2, and that there is another suspect, but that you have suspicions about, but that you are not going to point out the suspect.
ushilo ke ukuthi uma esekubuza ke ngomsolo ameleke noma ukuthi akudalutho oyishilo ngomsolo amele wasuphendula ke wena ke ukuthi ukhona oneyinsolo ngaye kodwa ke awungeke uze ukhombe umuntu nje kuphela ngeinsolo.
Yebo kunjani?
Yes, that's true.
And finally, if we can refer to the report that all the council took you through of the facial identification expert, Warrant Officer Steenkamp, Advocate Khumalo referred to page 4 of this report, and he placed the following on record that on Monday, 29 October 2014, that this interview was conducted on 29 October 2014.
Lana ke usukhonjwa ke noma ke okubonisiwe ukuthi interview lena ke iyenzeka noma yenziwa nge-29 zika October 2014.
Yebo kunjani?
That's correct.
You testified in evidence in chief that you went to the police station on Monday, the 27th, and after making your statement, you then went to see the facial identification expert.
Ushilo ke uma unikeza ngomfakazi bakho ukuthi ngomsombuluko nge-27 za October 2014 wahamba ke waye ku-ID parade. Uma ususuka lapho ke wa-attenda yona le.
Yebo kunjalo. Into engifuna ukuyisho futhi ukuthi njengoba sasibaningi sasifakwe vele emarumini ahlukahlukene kodwa kwathiwa njengoba I think ama officers ayengekho enough ukuthatha statement ngalolu suku kwase kuthiwa abanye abaqale ku-ID parade ku-ID identification lantos, and then kuzothi thina la besiqeda ukubhala statement bese siyaswapha kanjalo.
The other thing that I would like to say is that because we were many on that day and we were put in different offices, and I think it was also mentioned that there were not enough officers. What was then said was that the others would start with the ID parade whilst we were busy making statements, and once we were done, then we will have to swap.
Is but that date of 29 October 2014, is that correct?
Kodwa ke yona date le yange 29 October 2014.
Hayi ngibone ngathi kunephutha lapho.
I think there's a mistake there.
Yes, what is the correct date?
Yiphi ekuyona?
The correct date is 27.
It's the 27th.
You were also referred to the third paragraph, almost all the council, where it was pointed out that you could not describe the second suspect.
Onke ke noma bonke ke abameli bakhombe kule paragraph kakhulukazi la ekugcineni ke la kubhalwe khona ukuthi wawungakwazi ke ukuthi umchaze umsolo wesibili.
Yes.
Njengoba bese ngishilo phambilini ukuthi ngazi ukuthi kunokuphazama okukhona lapho akuna ukuthi ku statement ngizomdescribe umuntu mase ngifika ekumdwebeni bese ngiba nenkinga.
As I've already mentioned, that there's a mistake there, and in that there's no way that I would be able to describe a person as far as the statement is concerned. And then when it comes to the drawing now, that's correct, the drawing, then I fail to do that.
Yes, and just now, when Advocate Mshololo cross-examine you, you finish an explanation regarding this particular sentence.
Khona manje nje nkathi ubuzwa uyena ke uadvocate Mshololo uchazile mayelana nale sentence lena. Yona le yokugcina.
Yebo ngichazile.
Yes, I gave an explanation.
Now, in your explanation, you say an identification kit of the second suspect was already compiled, and you confirmed, you added certain features and then confirmed.
Umuchaza ke ushilo ukuthi kwakusedwetshiwe noma ke kwakusekufakelwe ke wena ke wa confirm nje kuphela futhi sorry.
My lord, I object to this line of re-examination. It's inviting the witness to repeat what he has said.
What's wrong with that?
My lord, there's no purpose for that, because now the witness is changing his testimony.
Yeah, put it how he's changing the testimony. How is he changing?
In giving answers, my lord.
Yes, what is he saying? Because I heard Mr. Baloi asking her that did she give an explanation regarding Warrant Officer Stein's query about the fact that she said apparently she couldn't explain the identity of the second suspect, and she denies that. I thought he's clarifying that aspect, Mr. Baloi.
Indeed, my lord.
As the court pleases.
Now, this sketch, the identity kit that was shown to you, which one was it? The one that you confirmed.
Yipi le owayiboniswa owayivezelwa ke le owaconfirma kuyona wena.
Suspect number 2 oku accused number 2 Lakeland.
It's suspect number 2. Who is accused number 2 here in court?
Thank you, Mano. Those are the only aspects that we wanted to canvass with the witness.
Okay. Yeah, just a bit of clarification for me. It's something that baffles my common sense. If you can explain, please, to Advocate Khumalo, I think Advocate Mshololo, I don't know, I can't remember with the other two colleagues. They put it to you that no two suspects ever entered your mother's house on that particular day. You heard that?
Kunento ke lana ke engihluphayo njena ke la emqondweni uadvocate Khumalo uadvocate Mshololo angikhumbule ke abanye la ebebekutshela khona ke ukuthi abekho abantu ababili abangena kini.
Ngibazwile besho njalo kodwa engizocela ukuthi bakuprove lokho.
I heard them saying that, but what my request is for them to prove that.
Yeah, actually, Advocate Khumalo says amongst yourselves in that house, 7 of you. I even added the young boy, is it Christopher? Christian. 7 of you are the ones who killed Senzo. You heard that?
Uqhubekekile ke uadvocate Khumalo ngize mina ngafaka ke na ke uChristian wathi nina ke no 7 lapha endlini ke omunye wenu ke yena wabulala uSenzo.
Cha futhi akunjalo. Akekho wabulala uSenzo lapha endlini sangenelo.
That's not the case, my lord. No one amongst us killed Senzo. They were intruders.
And futhi makuwukuthi bakholelwa yilokho bengingathanda ukuthi baze nayo iproof yokubonisa ukuthi akunamuntu owangena lapha endlini.
And if that is what they are saying, my lord, I would also then request them to bring proof that indeed there were no intruders there.
Futhi mawulandela my lord, kwesinye isikhathi bathi khona abantu abangena bayavuma ukuthi khona abantu abangena, kwesinye isikhathi baphinde bangibuza imibuzo yokuthi bangitshela ukuthi abekho abantu abangena. So lapho kuyaxeka ngempela.
The other thing, my lord, is when you follow on the one side they say that there were no intruders, and then on the other side they ask me questions with regards to intruders. So, my lord, there is just a contradiction there.
Yeah, the Advocate Mshololo actually says your version is a fabrication that there were any intruders. Remember that.
Advocate, my lord?
Mshololo.
Okay. Advocate Mshololo uthi ke into eyakhiwe lena ukuthi ke kunabantu abangena laphayana.
Ebengifisa ukwazi ukuthi ngabe sisithole nini isikhathi sokwakha lelo tulo. Ngoba futhi kwathi makusuka yonke into lapho mina abanye basebephumile nami ngaphuma emaphethelweni ngiyakwamaphiri mangibuya ngaye esibhedlela mangibuya kunamaphoyisa endlini. So ngasiphi isikhathi la singafike khona sihlale phansi sithi nanti itulo siyalakha sizothi kanje emaphoyiseni, and by now I think amaphoyisa ahlakaniphe kakhulu ngabe sebeyitholile neloophole ukuthi besenamanga.
My lord, at which time, what I would like to know is to when and at which time did you then come together to come up with that conspiracy theory? Because the others had gone out. I was the last one to go out. We went to hospital. When I came back, there were police officers. So when did we sit down and come up with this conspiracy theory? Because even by now, my lord, the police are very smart. They would have been able to pick up the loophole.
Yeah, that's why I say it's baffling to me anyway. Because here are you, conspirators, as you say, planning to murder or kill Sizwe. You succeed in doing that, according to the assertion put, that the several of you must have or should have killed him. But then, what baffles me, Sizwe is taken...
Senzo, my lord.
Senzo is taken into the X6, as you call it, struggling. Two of his friends, of the neighbor's friends, you say, they were struggling to lift him up into the back seat. Ultimately pull him into the back seat. And then Kelly comes and drives like a mad person, rushing to hospital with you and the other gentleman in the car. You frantically make it on time at the hospital because they declare Senzo deceased when he has already been in the ward. But what surprises me, why would you take all these efforts to save his life after having succeeded in killing him?
Kunjalo, my lord.
Then you take him to the hospital so that he must be saved. In other words, because what do you do if you take a person who's been shot to hospital? You want to save his life.
Yebo kunjalo, my lord.
And when you get there, okay, unfortunately Senzo deceases. Then you all go back into the house where you killed him. All of you. How? Can you explain that to me? Whether it makes sense.
Nami angixaka, my lord, ngoba hey kuninga sebekushilo nami okuvele nje kungiqeda amandla.
It also baffles me, my lord, because there's quite a lot that they've already said that just makes me to be powerless.
Yeah, because you also testify that you tried to staunch the wound on his chest.
Kunjalo, my lord.
That is correct, my lord.
And stop or limit the bleeding. Because you all know if you bleed from the chest, you bleed to death sometimes.
Kunjalo, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay. All right, let's come to some other aspect then. And you are saying there is an assertion. I speak under correction, Ms. Mshololo. It was put to you that you won't dispute that Sizwe,
Senzo. You, my lord.
Senzo, sorry about that. Senzo was dispossessed of his firearm. Is that what you said? Ms. Mshololo, I mustn't misquote you. Was at some stage dispossessed of the firearm and shot by an intruder. You can't dispute that. Is that how you put it?
The other way around, my lord.
Senzo, my lord.
You didn't put it that way.
No, I don't remember that. Referring to Senzo.
You're saying who disarmed? You can't dispute that somebody was disarmed. Who was disarmed?
The suspect.
That's the point. The suspects were disarmed. Are you with me?
As the court is.
That's it. So that version is mutually destructive of the very thing you had put earlier, that no suspects ever entered. But subsequently, there's a mutually assertive and destructive version which is put that one of the suspects, you can't dispute it, could have dispossessed the firearm and shot at Senzo. Yeah, how do you explain that?
Kunalokho kubekushilo ngithi kuloko ekusho inkantolo ukuthi kuyaphazamisa ukuthi eqaleni kuthiwe abekho abantu abangena manje ke kamuva ke sekuthiwa ke awungeke ukuphikiseke ukuthi uma kuukuthi ukhona omunye owaphuca isibhamu kumsola noma kumsola lowo owayephethe isibhamu wabe esedubula yena ke umufi.
Nami kuyangixaka lokho ukuthi uadvocate Mshololo ubekuthatha phi lokho ngoba phela sangenelwa abantu endlini and mina ngangise bathroom ngenkathi esedutshulwa mangizwa leso sibhamu esishaye yena, so ukuthi mhlambe nami ngibalwa lapho angazi akacacisanga futhi.
It also baffles me, my lord, as to where Advocate Mshololo got that from, because there were intruders, and also, my lord, I was in the bathroom when that shot went off. As to whether I'm also counted amongst those, I don't know.
And if we are kholelwa yilokho ngicela ukuthi alethe iproof la icourt sibone sonke ukuthi nangempela khona wafika wathatha isibhamu kanjani wayesedubula uSenzo.
And if she really believes that, I would then request or ask that she brings that proof to the court so that we are all able to see as to indeed that someone was dispossessed and so Senzo was shot.
Could you just play photo numbers 18 and 19? I think it's exhibit 18 and 19, Mr. Baloyi. Is that the ones? 18 and 19 at the door. Is it D, 18 and 19? Sorry, just take this.
Those 18 and 19 of exhibit D.
Yeah, just give me these. On the screen there. Yeah, 18, 19. Yeah, that's the one there. Sorry, ma'am. That photo, what does it show?
This is Tombe Komsan.
Ukreka komnyango.
The cracking of the door.
Is it from outside or from inside?
Ngaphandle, ngaphakathi.
Ngaphakathi.
Inside.
Do you know what caused that cracking, as you call it?
Yazi imbangela yale cracking.
Okokuqala le cracking yayingekho all along. Kodwa kwathi mase sibuye esibhedlela ila sibone khona.
Firstly, my lord, that cracking wasn't there all along, but when we came back from hospital, then we saw it.
But that door is the kitchen door.
Umnyango wase-kitchen lo one.
Yebo, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Khona futhi njengoba sisesekulesi sithombe, my lord, ebengifuna ukuchaza uadvocate Mshololo ukhulume ngestatement sikaKhaya Ncatshe.
Okay, we'll come.
There's also another thing I would like to explain, my lord. Advocate Mshololo referred to Khaya Ncatshe's statement.
Yeah, we'll come to that. Let's finish with photo number 19. And what do you see there in photo number 19?
Umnyango uhlahlekile futhi kuyabonakala ukuthi kusha.
The door, my lord, is damaged and it's quite obvious that it's new.
What caused that? Can you know?
Uyazi ukuthi kubangelwe yini lo yakho?
Ucabanga kwami ibullet.
My thinking is that it's a bullet, my lord.
Okay. Okay, yeah, you're saying there's one thing you want to?
Khona isithombe, I think 18.
18. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where uadvocate Mshololo ubekhuluma ngesikhaya sikaKhaya la bengichaza khona ukuthi indlu yasekhaya kitchen ime kanjani amafastera futhi ame kanjani.
Yes.
Where I was explaining, my lord, when I was confronted with Khaya Ncatshe's statement, where I was then given an explanation as to how our door is as well as the windows.
Njengoba sibona ukuthi kune curtain elilenga lapha.
As we can see that there's a curtain that's hanging there.
Umuntu ongaphandle akulula ukuthi abone ukuthi kwenzakalani ngaphakathi.
It is not easy for someone who's outside to see as to what's happening inside.
Okwesibili futhi kuno stop nonsense esidivide kwamakhelwane nasekhaya.
And there is this wall, my lord, in the township being referred to as the stop nonsense that divides our house as well as the neighbors.
Mina
This is the one on page 5, page 6 and 5. Just show him there. Is that the one?
isona
Indeed, my
lesi
lord.
So Kaya's house or home is on the other side.
Ibukhaya laphaya.
yebo kuboka khaya futhi ngicela
That's correct,
sibuke
my lord.
nokuthi amafastela wakuboka khaya ame kanjani.
Let's also see how their windows are, my lord. That is Kaya's home's windows.
This this stop nonsense as you call it. Okay, we can see that it's a demarcation wall.
Sabona ukuthi ubonda olahlukanisayo.
Yebo kunjalo. So mina mangime ngaphandle angikwazi ukubona kuboka khaya ngokupheleleyo kumele ngize ngimemeze angikwazi ukubona.
When I'm standing outside in my home, my lord, I'm not able to see at Kaya's home in full. I have to shout or to scream out.
And vice versa with him. Can you actually stand on the other side? And if you have ever seen him do that, if you haven't, no problem.
Uma kuwukuthi awukazi umbone usho uma kodwa yena ke angithi ushilo ukuthi wena noma awukwazi ukubona yena ke uma engale kuba
mayengale kubo kumele azaphumele ngaphandle.
when he is that side, my lord, he has to come out.
And then mina kumele ngibe semnyango wasekitchen phezulu njengoba bese ngichazile ukuthi kune platform ana ethile okwazi ukuthi sikwazi ukubonana kahle mina
And
naye.
then I have to be outside, my lord. As I've already mentioned, there's that step I referred to. So for me and him to be able to see each other.
Unless ke mhlambe njengoba futhi nibone ukuthi stop nonsense masilokhu sehla siba sincane siba sifishane.
Or unless, as you would know or see, that the stop nonsense would then at times go down, my lord, and become shorter.
Okay, any questions arising from the later version she has placed before court? Mr. Ram, Mr. Messi,
I've got none.
Khumalo,
Thank you, my lord, I have none, thank you.
No questions.
no questions. Okay, the other aspect I want to touch on, it's about Mapiri. Eh? We say he's a direct opposite neighbor.
Uthi ke uMaphiri yena ke direct opposite ne.
Opposite kubo kakhaya kodwa mawubheke ngasekhaya kusezantsi nje kodwa direct.
It's direct opposite Kaya's home, my lord, but when you're at my house, it's just down.
How many houses down?
Ezantsi izindlu ingaphi? Ingaki?
This is your house as it's shown there. You go
Indlu
down.
ingaki?
Indle eyodwa nje.
One house,
Thina khona
one house.
sibhekane naye kwangathi babhekane noMaphiri. So mawusuka kuleyo ndlu indle eyodwa nje leyo ndlu mawuyibala bese kwamama.
It's just one house. From my home, you face that house, and then at the Ngaches, you face Maphiri's house, my lord.
And you say, after the shooting was over, as you say, the first house you went to is which one?
Uthi emuva kokuthi seqediweke noma iyiphi indlu yokuqala waya kuyona?
Ngaya kwaMaphiri.
Maphiri's house, my lord.
And you said, where was she standing? Was she inside the house?
Waye kuphi nendawo?
Oh, where was she standing?
Wayephambi kwe-washing line ngoba ngiyakhumbula ukuthi yonke into esayikhuluma sasiku-washing line noma ememeza uNthabiseng kwakulula ukuthi amemeza ngoba uNthabiseng wayesestradini sasiphambi kwe-washing line.
In front of the washing line, my lord, because and everything that we spoke about it right there. And even when she was calling out Ntabiseng, because Ntabiseng was on the street, it was very easy for her to call Ntabiseng.
Did she say anything about you?
Sorry, my
I
lord.
don't want to put words into your mouth. Mapiri, did she say anything about the incident to you? Anything you can think of?
Ukhona yini awakusho kuwena mayelana nesigameko uMaphiri awakusho kuwena mayelana nesigameko?
Cha, my lord.
No, my lord.
You are the one who told her about the incident.
Yes,
Imina
my lord.
ngifike ngamchazela yonke into waqala ke waphenika wakhala ngathi mina akafonela amaphoyisa noma iambulance waphenika wakhala wamemeza uNthabiseng.
I'm the one who relayed everything to her, my lord, and then she started to panic, asking her to call the police and the ambulance. Then she started to panic, cried, and called Ntabiseng.
Wayesethi uNthabiseng uyena okumele afone ngoba
then-
nayo yaphenika.
And then she said Ntabiseng should be the one to call because she was also panicking.
But what also deludes me, The neighbors, didn't they see anybody running along the street, either up or down?
Okunye futhi nje okungihluphayo ukuthi omakhelwane akekho nje umuntu abambona egijima ngomgwaqo noma ehla noma ekhuphuka ngawo umgwaqo.
My lord, engikholelwa ikhona ukuthi
You mustn't tell me what they told you.
cha. Engikholelwa ikona ukuthi bakhona omakhelwane babathathe amaphoyisa athathe statement zabo ukuthi zithini angikho sure.
What I believe in, my lord, what I know is that there are neighbors from whom the police took statements. As to what is contained or what they said in those statements, I don't know.
Because it's amazing, in the location, the person just vanishes.
Ngoba ke mangazi ukuthi nje umuntu asuke nje aduke
Abondaba bagcwele kanje. No. Just that, not even one person who said, I saw somebody jumping a fence, ebokaya, or that type of thing. Nobody saw anything.
Akekho umuntu owabona lutho nje.
Ngikholelwa ukuthi bakhona ababonayo ngandlela thile.
I believe that there's those who saw in a particular way.
Kodwa statement zabo azikafundwa la enkantolo.
But their statements haven't been read out here in court.
Okay, thanks. That's all, Mr. Baloyi.
That's all, my lord.
Is the witness excused?
Indeed, my lord.
Okay, thanks ever so much for your assistance.
Thank you.
Diego, all right?
The court, please, my lord, the presentation of the evidence is no longer going to be in the order that the state would have liked.
Okay.
The other witnesses that were in the house can only be available next week. The state then calls the next witness, Mr. Kaya Sterling Ngashe.
Nashe, Sterling.
Yes, it's witness number 28 on the list.
Yeah.
Before the second witness I come, can I ask for a 1 minute comfort break, my lord?
Okay. 1 minute.
Yes.
You will be there by 1 minute.
ukuthi ukhuluma iqiniso?
No.
No objection.
Do you swear that the evidence about to give the court is the truth, nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say support the court.
Manje ke ngabe uyafunga ukuthi ufakazi ozokuthula la ngetolo kuba iqiniso. Iqiniso lodwa iqiniso liphelele. Mangabe kunjalo phakamisa esokudla isandla uthi inkosi ngincede ngikhuluma iqiniso.
Inkosi incede ngikhuluma iqiniso.
Sure in your lordship.
Mr. Ngash, you can take off your mask, or do you prefer to give you?
Okay, take it.
Mr. Ngash, where do you live?
Jamestown.
I reside in Jamestown.
The address, just give us.
Address and
Primrose.
You sure, Baba?
8 Fair Avenue, Primrose.
Okay, address
Yes. Your
I
parental-
reside in Primrose.
Your parental place.
Ekaya.
1350 Kutwanong Street,
13,
Phosphorus.
13510 Kutlwanong Street in Phosphorus.
In section?
Section 18.
Mzamo.
That is Mzamo section.
Do you know the Khumalos?
Abaka Khumalo yabazi?
Yes.
I know them.
And the witness that has just stood down, Ms. Zandile Khumalo, do you know her?
Uzandi ke yena uyamazi? Zandile Khumalo?
Yebo.
Yes, I know her.
Where do you live in relation to the Khumalos?
Uma uthathenise nala kuhlala khona ke laba kaKhumalo, wena uhlala kuphi? Ukude kangakanani nakaKhumalo?
Next door.
They're my next door neighbors.
We just want to show you a photo, that will be photo 4 of Exhibit D.
Photo number 4, exhibit. Yabona, mula.
Yeah.
Are you able to indicate where your house is? Your parental house?
Oh, ngakwazi ukuthi mhlawumbe ushingisela ngalesi sithombe ukuthi ekhaya kini bekuphi?
Year Lane Fresh Brick, next door.
The house that is depicted there, it is also a Facebook house, the next door house.
Photo 5.
Ekuphi uma sibheka la?
Ingapha ngaku right.
It is on the right hand side of the picture.
It's photo 6 of Exhibit D.
Asibheke la laphana ke masibonise ukuthi ngakuphi.
Ayibonakali kahle ngapha ngaku right.
It is still on the right, even though it is not well depicted on this picture.
How are your properties separated? How is your parental property separated from the Khumalos?
Bohlukanise ini?
Kunebonda ngaphakathi. Kunebonda i-stop sense.
There is a wall that separates the two houses, what we call stop nonsense or your precast wall.
You can use the pointer if you...
Okay. Go in local.
Ibonda elisihlukanisayo.
Yeah, this is the partitioning wall that I'm referring to.
Okay.
Where is your room located in relation to the Khumalos house?
Manje, ngabe ke ilokho njani? The room.
Yes, your room.
Iroom lakho ke uma uqhathanisa nabaKhumalo likuphi lona?
It's not your
Ungasikhomba lapho kulesi sithombe.
Yeah.
Kulapha.
Lapha, yeah.
Okay. It appears the middle window of the next door house has been pointed, or the light has been shown on that middle window that is depicted on the right-hand side of that picture.
Is it correct that your father is Mr. Leslie Ngashe, who was witness number 27 on the witness list?
Leslie Ngashe, number 7, we list le yama witness okanye ufakazi ubaba.
Yebo.
That is correct. Leslie Ngashe is my father.
What is the position now regarding Utata?
Kanti ke manje kwenzakala ngotata isimo sakhe okanye kwenzakala manje ngotata.
Uye washiya baba.
He passed on.
More or less, when was that?
Washona nini?
Nge-10 zakaJune
muphi unyaka?
2023.
He passed on the 10th of June 2023. Zama ukuphakamisa ivoice baba.
Thank you. On the 26th of October 2014, a certain incident occurred on the day that led to your coming to court to testify today. Is that correct?
Manje ke khona isigameko esenzeke nge-26 October 2014. Leso sigameko esenza ukuthi uyithole senkantolo namhlanje. Uyasikhumbula leso sigameko?
Yebo.
I remember the incident.
Yes. Can you tell the court in your own words what happened? You can start earlier in the evening.
Okay. Ungazama ke mhlawumbe ukuthi utshele inkantolo ukuthi kwenzakalani amagama wakho. Mulkazi nje ntambamanyana nje.
Okay. Ilanga lakhona bekuyi Sunday.
On that day in question, it was on a Sunday.
Ilanga lakhona saphuma nomfowethu siya ku concert eKatlehong.
On that day, my brother and I went out to a concert in Katlehong.
What is the name of your brother?
Bani gama lakhe?
Bulelani.
Bulelani is the name.
Yes.
And then we came back ngisekho sure ngesikhathi kodwa sabuya ke sekuntambamanyana.
Upon our return, it was reasonably in the evening. I cannot recall the exact time, what time it was.
Okay. Then ke sangena endlini.
And then we walked into the house, or we got into the house.
Then ngaye ekamereni lami waye ekamereni lakhe.
I went into my bedroom. He also went into his bedroom.
Who are you referring to?
Manje ukhuluma ngobani ke mawuthi?
My brother.
I'm referring to my brother.
Yes. Bulelani.
Yes.
Bulelani. That's correct.
Then bengisekamereni lami mina ngibusy ngiprepare la for umsebenzi.
Then I was in my bedroom preparing to go to work.
Just a minute.
Yeah.
Is it the bedroom that you have just shown now?
Yes.
That is correct.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ngiyezwa kune noise ekhalayo.
Then I heard some noise.
An unusual noise.
Bekumsindo nje ungajwayelekile.
Then ngavula umnyango.
I then opened the door
from my bedroom.
From my bedroom.
So which door did you open?
Ele camera lam.
I'm referring to my bedroom door.
And then ngiyezwa nasendlini ukuthi ngathi nabo bane they are bakhuza something kunento bayikhuzayo nabo.
Well, I heard from the house that there was something that they were actually reprimanding or that they were exclaiming about.
Then
Which house are you referring to?
Manje kukhuluma ngayiphi indlu?
Our house.
Ngisho lapha ekhaya kithi.
Could you determine where the noise was coming from?
Ukwazile ke ukusho okanye ukuthola ukuthi lo msindo ubuqhamuka kuphi?
Ngiyangakhona ukuthola ukuthi ngizama ukuthola ukuthi uzwa from which side.
I tried to determine as to from which side was the sound coming.
So ke ngaphakama ke embedeni.
I stood up from the bed.
And ngaya ewindweni lele engibonise lona.
I then proceeded to the same window that I actually shown on that I depicted or that I pointed out on the picture.
Yes.
Then mangivula window.
As I opened the window,
ifestere lami libhekane nale festere elincane lapha e-kitchen.
A kitchen
next door. Next door.
Now, my bedroom window is opposite or facing
sort of
diagonally facing the small kitchen window of the neighbors.
If you say the neighbors who are referring to?
The
Khumalos.
I'm referring to the Khumalos.
Yes. So refer them as such.
Okay. Understood?
Just want to show you photo 9.
This is photo number 9.
Can you use that photo to illustrate your evidence?
The light has been shown on the small window to the right, close to sort of a corner of that house.
It's photo 9 of exhibit D, my lord. Yeah, which yes. Window is that? I'm sorry, my lord.
No, it's okay.
Yeah. Yes, which window is that?
I'm not sure, man. It's just the festival manager. Diagonal than your room.
I am uncertain what that window is, but this is a small window that is diagonally opposite to the window of my bedroom. Yeah.
Yes, we will proceed.
So, ngathi mangivula ke ngabona from that window ngabona umuntu ogcoka iskipa esi-white.
Kulelo festela elincane. Mawuthi from that window usho ifestela lakho.
From ifestela lami mangivula i-curtain kancane. Ngabona kulela festere. Umuntu ogcoka iskipa esimhlophe.
All right. As I open my window, as I opened my window, I then saw somebody that was wearing a white t-shirt standing at that window that I had pointed on that picture, that is photo number 9. And he had faced into the house. In other words, his back against me.
Yes, if you can just show there where you saw the person.
Asibonise lapho.
Just this.
Ubeme lapho.
Yeah, but
ukhulume sibuzo.
Shuthi nami ngivele mangizwa le noise ngiyavula ngespeed just to check ukuthi hayi man what's that actual noise. Mangivula ngabona umqolo wakhe isikiphe esimhlophe ame lapha.
Okay, lapha la point ekhona.
La ngipointe khona.
Yeah, I heard the noise and quickly opened the window, and when I looked at that house, I then saw him there standing at that very spot, which was shown by the light, and then he had his back against me. In other words, I could see his back.
Yes.
Okay.
So ke lapho bekusana lokhu kunemsindonyana yabona ngaleso sikhathi.
There still was some noise even during that time.
So ngake ngavala ke ngaphuma from my room sengiya kuphi manje ngiyobheka ukuthi kahle kahle kwenzakalani.
Uphuma endlini.
Ngiphuma ekamereni lami.
I then walked out of my room now to try and investigate what was happening.
So mangisaphuma kanti ngihlangana nobaba ephasejini.
As I walked out of my bedroom, I then met with my father in the passage.
Then saphuma ke sesiphuma sisese ekitchen manje.
Both of us proceeded to the kitchen.
Then
So which kitchen?
Our kitchen.
That is our kitchen.
If photo 4 can be shown again, just indicate where the kitchen door is.
Ungasibonisa ke umnyango wekitchen.
Photo 4 of exhibit D, my lord.
Yes,
Iyona leyo.
Yeah.
A light has been shown on the house that is to the far right of the picture, and there's a door there that was pointed at with the light.
Yes, we will proceed.
Okay, saphuma ke ithe masifike eminyango masivela ke manje
Manfika
masiphume ekitchen. So nje masiqede ukuphuma
ngomnyango wasekitchen.
Ngomnyango wasekitchen masivela so kwaba sekuba nomfana ojampayo.
Now, as we exited the house through the kitchen door, just as we exited the house, then there was a young man that jumped that wall or the fence.
Yeah, just use the photo to illustrate your evidence.
Now, the precast wall has been pointed at by this light.
Yes. As what?
Njengoba ukhomba laphayana ukhomba ini ukhomba ukuthini shukuthini lento ikhombayo
kahle kahle lapha ngisakhumbuli kahle ukuthi wa jumpa kuphi kodwa yena ngambona ukuthi usejaridini yena
ujumpe ini
ibonda lethu
leli bewulikhomba
angikho sure ukuthi ileli or because manje igate belikhiwe yabona.
Well, I am uncertain. I am uncertain as to whether what I had pointed, that precast wall that I had pointed, is at the exact spot where he actually jumped. I know that he had jumped and that the gate was closed, but I'm just uncertain as to whether the spot where he jumped could be that one that has been pointed on that picture.
If you say your gate was closed, which gate are you referring to?
Mauti igate lalivaliwe. Ukhuluma ngalephi igate?
Elincane lengaphambili.
Elincane. I'm referring to the small gate that is in front.
Yeah.
Ilona little gate ukhuluma ngalo.
Ukuthi belikhiwe.
This is the gate that I'm referring to say that it was locked. And the light is being, or rather, it is pointing at the small gate, which is now appearing on that same picture.
Now, the young man that you are referring to, where did you see him?
Lo mfana lo mbone kuphi? Lo ukhuluma ngayo.
Ngimbone la, yabona phakathi ejaridini la.
I actually saw him inside of the yard, and there is a particular spot, just, I should think, behind the gate there, but the bigger gate. The gate there, the precast wall.
Precast wall.
Okay, Your Lordship, the light is playing around the precast wall next to the small gate, and that is where the witness is indicating that he saw that young man at.
Yes, you may continue.
Okay, so masihlangana naye nathi siyathuka ukuthi hawu ubani lo muntu ufunani yabo.
Now, when we met with him, we are also shocked. Who is this person? What is he doing here?
What time was it, more or less?
Bekungaba ngobani nje isikhathi?
But I can't be sure, but after 7 p.m.
I am unsure about it. It could have been after 7 p.m.
Yes. Proceed.
So, masihlangana naye bengiphethe I steel rod.
When we met with him, I was in possession of a steel rod. There's also a demonstration in terms of the length. I was in possession of the steel rod. It's actually longer than demonstrated. However, the witness has used 2 hands to indicate that he was in possession of the steel rod.
Yes, you may continue.
So when mangimbona eJartin mase sihlangana naye simconfronta ngaphakamisa lensimbi le.
Now, as we saw him and we confronted him, I lifted up this steel rod. And again, 2 hands have been used to demonstrate how the steel rod was lifted into one side of the body, that is one shoulder.
And then ithe mangenza kanjalo wakhuza wathi hey ucela singamlimazi asukuye umuntu onecala.
Now, when we did that, he cautioned us and indicated to us that he is not the one. Akusuye wenza njani?
Onecala, like uzamusho into enjengaleyo.
He said something to the effect that he's not the one that should be accused.
Yes, we proceed.
Then ke sambuza ukuthi usho kanjani.
We then asked him, what do you mean?
Wathi ke yena usho ukuthi kunenkinga eyenzakalile ngapha next door.
He then said that he is implying that there is some problem that had transpired at the next door neighbor's house.
So God please, my Lord, the state is going to call this witness. May the TSA evidence be provisionally allowed.
Yes, no offense.
Okay. Yes.
Ake samiyeka ke cause nathi hey si confused manje ukuthi kwenzakalani.
We then left him alone because even ourselves we were confused as to what was happening.
Waseke ajumpa yena ke abuyela ngale.
He then jumped the fence again back into the next door neighbor's house. So Khumalo.
Hey.
Back into the Khumalo's house.
Where did he jump?
What jump?
Not kidding.
There's another picture that is of the property picture there.
Yeah.
This one's.
What jumper somewhere?
Somewhere there, where the light is shown.
Move.
That is when he was now jumping back into the Khumalo's house.
Yes.
Wathi makajumpa ngathi nami ngiyajumpa.
As he jumped, I then decided to jump as well.
Where did he jump?
When I was jumping,
bengisathi ngiyajumpa la ubaba wangiqanda.
I was still trying to jump. Then my father stopped me.
Wathi ubaba uzwe into engathi ifana nesibhamu. So ngingajumpa.
As a court please, what your father told me you may not disclose to the court. Is that correct that your father made a report to you?
Lokho baba kakutshele kona akusikhona kangako ongakutshela inkantolo kanti ke khona nje isibikezelo baba kwakunikeza sona kunjalo. It is correct?
Yes, then.
Bese ke sahlala ke eJardini azange ngisaphuma ke.
I nahlala eJardini. I then remained in a yard. I no longer went to the Khumalos.
Ngathi mangisuka lapho ngangena endlini ke ngaye ekamereni la kamfethu.
Thereafter, I went into the house and proceeded to my brother's bedroom.
Then benyomazisa naye ukuthi because bekasesekamereni ukuthi bheka kunenkinga ekhona la next door.
I had gone to inform him that there is now some problem that has transpired or some trouble that had taken place.
Yes.
Saphuma ke sesiphuma endlini ngaphuma endlini ngazophuma ngazoma lapha khona eJardini ngaphandle.
Mawuthi saphuma
bekusese yimi nobaba nomfethu naye walandela.
Okay. We then walked or exited our house. This time around, it was myself, my father, and my brother followed. Wafike wama kuphi?
Besaxoxa khona la eJardini la.
And then we stood there in our yard where the light has been shown. And we're busy conversing.
Yes.
And then lapho ke kwasuke bese phithizela nje sekune commotion ukukhala ama scream nase strateni kuna some neighbors kusanabantu nje around.
Now there were now a lot of movements now. There was some commotion and some were screaming along the street. There were some neighbors as well that were just moving in that vicinity.
Yes. Now, just before you proceed, Mr. Nwashe, that initial noise that you heard, that made you to look through your bedroom window, can you describe it?
Yabona lo msindo ke oke wawuzwa phambilini. Ungakwazi ukuthi mhlambe usikeze ke umfanekiso walo msindo.
Okay, umsindo lo wangeza ukuthi ngiyefestereni. Because ngiqala ngezwe commotion or kushoutwana or ngathi kuyaphushwana.
Now, the noise that prompted me to go to the window was some commotion. It appears as though people were pushing each other.
So kahle kahle into eya catch attention eyaba loud wakhala umnyango like umnyango ngathi uvaleka kabuhlungu.
Now, what caught my attention the most is that there was a sound of a banging door. As though the door was being roughly closed.
Which door?
Mopumnyango.
The Khumalos.
That is the Khumalos.
Umnyango wabase kitchen.
The Khumalos kitchen door. Now, on photo number 9, the witness is pointing at the door that is depicted on that picture.
Yes.
This is the noise that I heard at the time that I was in the bedroom.
Is it the only noise that you heard?
Ngasikhathi ngisendlini ngiphuma endlini ngepassage ngazwa ukuthi bekunemisindo eminingi manje angazi ukuthi ngizathoma uphi yini mara ngezwe into engathi ifana nento engathi itiye icup letiye libethe kaphansi.
Now, as I was in the passage on my way to the kitchen, there were various sounds that were making that noise. I couldn't tell which noise was what type of a noise, but there was a stage where I heard a sound that is similar to that of a cup that was breaking, a teacup that was breaking.
Yes, we may continue.
So mase silapha ngaphandle ke kwaba nento ekhulunywayo lapha ngaphandle abantu esibaziyo ukuthi kunabantu abagijimile bashonele enzansi.
When we were outside, something to the effect that there are people that ran down the street. Abantu abaphumile or abantu abagijimile.
Abagijimile.
Yes, there are people that ran down the street.
So saphuma ke
which street are you referring to?
Ukhuluma ngasephi street?
The main street.
Main street.
Istrata lesi sala khona, the strata lesi.
The same street of my place of residence.
Photo 1 and 2 of Exhibit D.
Yeah, this
one is.
Yeah, this one is.
Yeah, the street has been pointed out by the light on photo number 1.
Yes, we proceed.
Sake sesiyaphuma ke nabanye abomakhelwane saphuma siyehla ke bathi siyehle downwards ngaleso strata ke sayehla si group.
We walked out, ourselves and some few neighbors, and we went down the same street. It was said that we should go down the same street, and it was a group. We were a group of people.
Which direction?
Nathatha yiphi
Show
direction?
on 41.
sayehla siya kanje siyenzansi.
The light is being shown there that we went down the street, and it keeps on making a movement towards the bottom right of that picture. That is the corner, the bottom right corner of that picture.
Yes.
sayehla masifika kune park safikele park.
Well, we eventually got to a park as we were walking down that street.
How far is the park from your house?
Ikude kangakanani nasekhaya le park?
Maybe 200 meters.
It is about 200 meters, estimatedly. 200 meters.
Did you say you and the neighbors walk towards the park?
Usho kanjalo wena nabomakhi naya kuleyo park.
Saya ke besiphuthuma khona nje sayehla sayipark.
Wena nabomakhi. That's correct. Myself and the neighbors, we rushed to the park.
Yes.
Where?
Masifike park sabheka ipark sangena epark samela almost ngasemaphakathini wepark.
Na Martin nabheka usho uthini?
Masifike park sangena phakathi epark sabheka.
Or you were searching?
Yes.
Now when we got to the park, we got into the park and we started looking around or searching in that vicinity of the park.
And azange sibone muntu.
And we couldn't see anyone.
Kula ke sasuka ke epark sabuyela endlini.
From there we left the park and went back home.
Yes.
Masifika endlini saya ke azange sisangena endlini saya straight sesingena egedini lakhabo Khumalo.
When we got back home, we actually went straight into the Khumalo's house, through the gate of the Khumalo's house.
Yes, you may proceed.
Sathi masingena ke sangena masifika emnyango kula sibona khona the late uSenzo alele khona pha epassageni phakathi ekitchen.
When we got to the house and we got to the door, that is when we noticed the late Senzo lying down in the passage close to the kitchen. Ngase kitchen noma eduze nase kitchen.
Mangathi yangena kancane sengathi uzofikela epassageni lasendlini.
As you get inside of the house, as though now you are proceeding through the passage of the house,
Yes.
Gula ke
where exactly was he lying?
ubelele kuphi kahle kahle?
If maybe we can show you this sketch plan.
Yes, perhaps if there's a picture there, I'll be able to show you.
The sketch plan of Exhibit D.
I don't have a D here on this file. Okay, exhibit D.
I was just trying to show you. That will show you the sketch plan.
Okay. Let's look at the sketch plan.
Right in the center.
Can I let the witness mark with an X?
Yeah, perhaps you can just demonstrate. How did you enter the house? Through which door did you enter the house?
Okay, asiqale lapho. Nangena endlini ngamuphi umnyango?
Sangena ngase kitchen.
We access the house through the kitchen door.
Yes.
Okay, let's see the sketch plan this.
Sangena
kitchen. The kitchen door has been pointed on the sketch plan.
Yes. Yena bekalele samula.
There is at the end of the kitchen, the light has been shown there, something that looks like an entrance into some kind of a room or passage.
Yes, you may proceed.
So ke mangena into yokuqala ngayibona ngabona leskipe esimhlophe.
Okay, when we got in, the first thing that I had noticed was this white t-shirt.
Then sabona ukuthi hawo kahle kahle lo muntu lo olele la usenzo.
We then realized that this particular person, in an actual fact, that is lying down here is Senzo.
Yes, did you know him prior to this day?
Ubumazi phambi kwalesi sigameko.
Bengizwa nje ukuthi unokufika mara bengakatholi chance yokuhlangana naye.
I would only hear about his coming or that he would arrive there, but I had never had a personal encounter or interaction with him.
Yes, you may proceed.
So ithe masibona ke lonto.
How was he lying?
Ubelele kanjani?
Bekalele bheke phezulu.
He was lying face upwards. Was lying face up.
Yes.
So sa shesheke sabambisana ke nabafethu namanikazi samhlalisa sazama ukumphakamisa.
Okay.
Ahlale upright.
Mawuthi nabafenu.
Sengishuthi the neighbors that I was with.
Now we then helped each other, myself and the neighbors, and the witness had referred to his neighbors as brothers, the neighboring brothers, and we tried to let him sit up.
And from there, sazami kwaba nento ekhulunywa ke ukuthi arashe lesibhedlela.
Then it was said that he should be rushed to the hospital.
Just a minute. Yes, did you notice anything regarding Mr. Senzo Meyiwa? His condition?
I noticed ukuthi bekane sort of isilonda la. on his chest or upper body?
Well, I noticed that he had a wound on the chest, or perhaps I should say on the upper body. Again, there was a demonstration poking on the front part of the body in that area of the upper abdomen and perhaps lower chest.
Yes, and what was the condition of that wound?
Manje lesi silonda sibonile ke ngolelinxeba olibonile belinjani?
Ayinye ngikhona ukusho kodwa because bekungananto kakhulu bekune nje ukubona nje kunengathi into engathi idote li red nje ngoba isikipha simhlophe ngathi igazi elincane nje.
There wasn't anything that one could say that it was a bigger evidential thing. Safe to say that it was a spot or a stain of stain of blood.
Yes, proceed.
So ke from lapho ke samthatha sabambisana ke ngoba kasinda.
Now from then on we helped each other to carry him because he was heavy.
How many were you?
Benongaki.
Angisakhumbuli kahle but yeah angisakhumbuli kahle mara besikhona abantu besi at least 6 or 7 bekhona nje aba yeah sincedisana.
I cannot clearly remember how many we were. There were a number of people though. I can estimate about 5-6 people. There were a reasonable number of people that had assisted each other there.
Yes.
Sabambisana ke samtshata samfaka ku X6 ebebepakela picture.
We helped each other to carry him and put him inside of the X6 vehicle that was parked at the Khumalo's house.
If photo 2 of Exhibit D can be shown.
The vehicle that is depicted on the picture is being pointed at by this witness.
Yes.
Samfaka ke ku back seat.
We then loaded him into the back seat of the vehicle.
Yes.
And then basuka ke exit yahamba towards isibhedlela.
They then drove off, and I mean the X6 was driven off from there to the hospital.
Did you see who the occupants of the vehicle were?
Uye wabona ukuthi abagibeli baleyo moto bekuyobani?
Angikhumbuli bonke abanye because ithema simfaka savala imoto.
I cannot remember others because after we have loaded him into the vehicle, we then closed the doors, or we closed the vehicle.
And the last people I saw in the car when I closed sivala lo mnyango beku Zandile Khumalo.
And the last people that I saw or noticed when we closed the doors of the vehicle, abebengaphakathi
kwemoto,
who were occupants of that vehicle, it was Zandi and Kelly. Uthi ke abantu bokugcina bokuthi ngibabona uma ke sesivala ke igabha zale moto abebengaphakathi kwaleyo moto. uZandi, okay.
Now, the person that you describe as a young man whom you saw on your property, when you came back from the park, did you see him?
lo mfana bokhuluma naye ngaye mase ngiqhamuka khona laphana elokhunjaneni ephakini nikwazile ukuthi nimbone mase nibuya ke senibuye ephakini.
Ingqondo yami nami iye yadisturbeka masifika kulasini, so ezinye izinto zange sasikhumbula kahle, but yena ngicama ukuthi uye beku one of abantu basincedisa ukufaka.
My mind was a bit disturbed, particularly when we got back to the scene, when we got to that scene. And I would think that he also was one of the people that were lending hand as we were picking up Senzo.
Yes, may I proceed?
Ngaqhubeka.
Okay, sithe masiqeda ukumfaka emotweni ke saphuma ke ngabuyela ekhaya mina.
After we have loaded him into the vehicle, I then walked back home.
Did you see who was driving the vehicle?
Uye wabona ukuthi ubani obe driver le moto?
Yebo.
Yes, I saw who was driving the vehicle.
Yes.
Ubani?
Kelly beka drive.
It was Kelly that was driving the car.
Yes, may I proceed?
Ungaqhubeka.
So ke masibuyela endlini ngabuyela ke ngayokhuluma no mama no baba bachasela into engicela ukuyibona.
As we went back into the house, I then related to my mom and my father pertaining what I had just witnessed.
Yes.
That's about it.
Yeah, that's because after lapho mhlambe sesahlala into engathi boma 20 minutes endlini, then
endlini
ekhaya.
After that, we remained in the house for about 20 minutes.
Yes.
From lapho sa decide ke ukuthi yazi asikho asazi kwenzakalani ngomfethu lapha, so nga decide ukuthi ithi start imoto nabanye aba neighbors nomfethu ukuthi siyele esibhedlela siyozo ukuthi kwenzakalani ngomfethu le.
Okay. Mawuthi mfethu kukhuluma ngobani ngoba ubhuti wakho umfethu nomfethu kumele nazi.
The late Senzo.
Okay. From there we decided that we should go find out as to what is happening with the late Senzo. That was communicated between ourselves and my brother and some few neighbors that perhaps we should start a vehicle and drive to the hospital to go and establish as to what state is he in. And I'm referring to Senzo. What state is Senzo in?
Yes.
Then indeed sangena emotweni saya ke masifika khona esibhedlela sezwa ke ukuthi uSenzo sekashonile.
We indeed drove off, proceeded to the hospital, and upon arrival at the hospital, that's when we heard that Senzo has passed on.
Yes.
Hayi sathi ke masuka lapha sabuyela endlini ke.
From then on, we proceeded back home.
Yes.
And then yeah,
That's
kwase so kwaphela kanjalo.
that's about it. That's how it ended.
Do you know if this incident was reported
uyakwazi ukuthi yini ukuthi lesigameko sa report yini
to the authorities,
abantu abasemagunyeni indawo ezisemagunyeni amaphoyisa kanjalo uyakwazi ukuthi reportwa
ngiyazi ukuthi reportwa.
I know that it was reported.
Yes, it's explained to the court what happened.
Awusitshele kwenzakalani?
Khona lapha nethi makwenzeka lento kusane well masibuya le epark kwaba nomuntu othi kimi ucela ngibancede sifone lamaphoyisa.
Now during that stage when we were coming back from the park there was somebody that said to me that I should assist him or her with my phone so that we can phone call the police.
Yes.
So ke ngaphuthuma endlini ngathatha ifoni yami ngabafonela amaphoyisa.
I quickly went into the house, took my phone and phone called the police.
Do you remember which number you phoned?
Uyakhumbula wafonela yiphi number? Mafonela amaphoyisa.
Angikhumbuli kahle mara ngicabanga ukuthi iyo le 10111.
I am uncertain about it, or I cannot recall clearly, but I think it was 10111.
Was it before you went into the kitchen and discovered the deceased there? When you made this call?
Suthi mawenza le phone call. Phambi kokuthi ungene ngasekitchen bese uyabona ukuthi nangu usenzulele lapha yana.
So at what point did you make the call?
Okanye mhlambe wafona nini ngasiphi isikhathi?
Angikhoshi.
Mawukhumbula nje izenzakalo lapha yana ukuthi kwaphambi kwani or emva kokuthi kwenzakaleni wasenifomela amaphoyisa.
Angikhumbuli kahle ngoba yonke into nje kwenzakale nje lot of into eziningi same time.
I cannot recall clearly. There's many occurrences that happened, multiple occurrences that happened at the same time.
Do you perhaps remember what time was it when you called the police?
Uyakhumbula ukuthi bekungobani isikhathi mawufonela amaphoyisa? Mhlawumbe nje mawuhlamisa.
Ngabo past 8. Past 8
p.m.
p.m.
It could have been around 8 p.m. That is after 8 p.m.
Yes, what happened further that evening?
Kwase kwenzakalani ke emva kwalokho khona ngalobo busuku?
Upon your return from the hospital and after explaining to your parents what happened?
Masenbuya esibhedlela ke nokuthi emva kokuthi uqeqesele ke abazali ukuthi kwenzakaleni asekwenzakalani emva kwalokho
vele
khona kulobo busuku
bese kugcwele vele community beyikhona and namaphoyisa amanye bese wakhona.
The place was crowded already. The community members were there. The police members of the SAPS were also there.
Yes.
Into engikhumbulayo ukuthi nje azange silale that night.
What I recall is the fact that we couldn't sleep that night.
Yes.
And ngapha bekunabantu.
Yes, what was happening?
Ngapha futhi bekunabantu abanye esingabazi kodwa bebasibuza imibuzo basithatha istatement.
On the other hand,
same evening or same night.
On the other hand, there were people that were unknown to us who were interviewing us, asking questions, taking some statements.
Did you make a statement that night?
wenza i-statement wena ngalobo busuku?
Ngakhuluma nabamaphoyisa kodwa ngisakhumbula ukuthi beku that night or the following morning.
I did speak to the members of the police. I am uncertain of the fact that was it done that same night or the next morning.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So,
Yeah,
I think,
is it all?
yeah. You mentioned.
Yeah, I think that's about it.
Did you only make one statement or what was the position?
When the statement is sorted, okanye?
Ngenza statement eziyi-2.
I made 2 statements.
Yes.
Mesokuqala yiso lesi engithi basithatha khona lapho either ebusuku bakhona or early morning or khona nje lento icede ukwenzakala.
Now, the first statement is the one that I've referred to as the statement that was taken that night after the incident, or it could have been early hours of the morning or just the next morning. That was the first statement.
Yes.
And the NSS2 statement angisakhumbuli sona basithatha mara a bit later sekudlulile lento.
I cannot remember when exactly was the second statement taken, but that was a bit later after the incident had transpired.
Now, after the second statement, were there any further, were you interviewed further regarding the incident?
After the
second
statement. Emva kwe statement SS2, ngabe ke yokwaba nezinye i-statement okanye mhlambe bakubuza imibuzo futhi.
Benginokuconsulta nje advocate, and then yeah, maybe once or twice that was.
Well, there were some few consultations between myself and the advocate.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the police.
Sikhuluma ngamaphoyisa. Emva kwalezi statement eziwu-2, ngabe khona enye imibuzo abeza futhi bazokubuza yona okanye?
After the statement said SS2, I think yeah, kwathuleka. Yeah, zange sibe khona ezinye.
Now, after this, the second statement, it was quiet. There were no other interviews or interactions between myself and the police. There wasn't.
Now, coming back to the evening when you returned from the park on the 26th of October 2014.
Lobo busuku masenibuya ephakeni nge 26 is October 2014.
Did you notice anything at the Khumalos before you had the commotion that you referred to? Were there any vehicles that you noticed at the Khumalos?
Ngabe khona ukuthize mhlawumbe wakuqaphela ngaphandle ngale commotion kukhuluma ngayo umsindo hamba kwabantu lapho. Mhlawumbe khona ilokho njani into efana nemoto mhlawumbe uyayibona lapho okuthize nje ongathi kuyikhethile ongakhuluma ngakho
nini
maniphume eparking. Is it at the time that we were coming?
Yeah, when you came from the concert in Katiholo.
Manikamuka concert.
Okay, masikamuka ku concert masingene egate-ini eJardini bekunaba I2 babhema ngapha kuBukhumani.
About 2. Yeah. When we came back from the concert, inside of the Khumalo's yard, there were 2 gentlemen who were smoking.
Yes, where were they?
Babe
on the Khumalo's side, next to the kitchen.
next to the kitchen, inside of the Khumalo's yard or the premises. Uthi babengaphakathi laphana kwaKhumalo, emzini kaKhumalo, eduze ke nomnyango wasekhishi.
Photo 6 of Exhibit D can be shown. Are you able to illustrate your evidence using it?
There's a particular spot that is being pointed at photo number 6. The light is moving close to the corner of that house, and that is also next to the last window that is depicted in that, on that side of the house. I should also further add, Your Lordship, that this is sort of a passage between the house and the partitioning wall or the fence.
And did you know them?
Ububazi. I didn't know them.
Anything that you noticed? Any other thing?
Ngabe khona uthize mhlawumbe owaqaphela?
Kushuthi nje sithe masingena sababona bami ngapha sababulisa nje then sangena endlini.
Now, when we entered our premises, we saw them standing inside of the yard of the Khumalos, and then we just greeted them and went into the house, into our house.
Did you notice any vehicles at the Khumalos?
Ngabe khona imoto wayiqaphela ezazilaphana kaKhumalo?
Khona imoto ered ngayinothisa kodwa ngicama ukuthi bekungasi lelanga leli bekuyi elinye ilanga ime ngaphandle ipolo ered
elinye ilanga phambi kwesigameko emva kwesigameko
before.
Okay. It may not have been on the day in question, but there was a red polo vehicle that I saw that was parked. Now that vehicle had parked at the Khumalos, but on the outside of the yard. This is the vehicle that I saw before the incident.
Now, on the day in question, did you see it?
I
don't remember.
I don't remember.
Now, what was the state of your sobriety on the day?
When I get ngalolo suku ke obo hluzeke kangakanani engqondweni ake sisho ukuthi mhlambe buphapheme kangakanani ushaya amponjwana ubungashayile amponjwana ubunjani
khona ilanga lakhona bengingaphaphamanga 100% because besibuya ku concert so bengishayile a couple of beers.
But on that day in question, I wasn't totally sober because we were coming from the concert. I had taken a few beers.
Yes, but what was the state of your sobriety?
Ubudakiwe noma ubungadakiwe?
Anye ngithi bengidawe kangawo. I was still fine, but bengizizwa ukuthi I want to go rest.
I wouldn't say that I was extremely drunk. I could still feel that I wanted to go rest. That's what I noticed. I felt that I wanted to go rest.
Thank you, my Lord, for this one.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Sel. I think what this is, my Lord. My Lord, perhaps
we should also start with the same exercise whereby we read the statement of the witness. We read up the statements of the witness into record, because in his testimony now in evidence in chief, he states that he doesn't recall how many statements he made. He says he made. He says he made 2.
Yeah.
But we are in possession of a 3rd statement, my lord, that was also disclosed to us.
By the way, there are 3 statements.
Indeed, there are 3 statements.
So that exercise, you say who conducted it?
It was Mr. Khumalo, my lord.
And what was the reason?
So that we put certain versions that are said to him, and if there are previous inconsistent statements, we shouldn't refer back and forth to statements individually, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Mnisi, what's your view?
I don't have a problem.
What does I don't have a problem mean? I don't have a problem.
Yes,
What does it mean?
We are the court on the same page. We don't have a problem.
I have a problem. Mr. Khumalo. Sorry, Mr. Khumalo.
I don't think go through the same exercise. It's up to my colleague
Okay.
how he wants to conduct this case.
Mr. Sholo.
My Lord, I submit that for the purpose of the progress, the witness can be referred to the statement and the date, and then directed to the contradictions, other than reading the whole statement into the record. That's my suggestion.
What time are we going to adjourn today, Mr.
It's 3:30, my lord.
Should we start tomorrow?
As a court basis.
Maybe we'll have a problem tomorrow, Mr. Mnisi.
My Lord, before we adjourn, I have a request, my Lord.
I think we can discuss it in chambers.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
If the court can just wait in the court.
All right. Okay, we adjourn until tomorrow at 10.
So we access